Ready, everybody? Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the January 23rd, 2024 BOE special meeting. Calling this meeting to order. With us this evening is Mrs. Rinaldi, Mr. Peterson, Mr. Asa, myself, Mrs. Jacobson, Mrs. Guernsey, Mrs. Flynn, Mr. Lee, Mr. Krasnoff, Superintendent Mr. Testani. If you could all rise and join us in the Pledge of Allegiance, please. Mr. Lee, will you start us off, please? Okay, moving on to our first item of this evening, discussion of the superintendent's recommended 2024-2025 budget request, reviewing the sections including the listed of all the pages on our agenda and the accompanying pages. The first item is discussion of outstanding questions from 1/16/2024. And just before we begin, for any members of the public who may be in the audience or watching, our Q&A documents are available on the BOE meetings page with our agenda. There are Q&A documents from January 16th and from today that are posted in that area of our website. So you can follow along with any questions we may be referencing, as well as the budget book is also there as well. Okay. What we're going to do, everybody, is so that we can do this in an orderly fashion is I'm basically going to go through the 1/16 agenda again in that order so we can keep, instead of jumping all around, we'll just follow any questions that you may have outstanding from 1/16 before we move on to our new areas. So we will kick it off this evening with any follow-up questions on pages 1 through 4. Mrs. Guernsey. Board members could either reference the Q&A document page that you're asking a question about or the budget book page so that everyone knows where to look. That would also be helpful. Okay, thank you. Mrs. Guernsey, you have the floor.
Oh, thank you so much. So this is regarding question 3 in the Q&A, target enhancements, and it's a specific question follow-up having to do with the topic of instructional leadership and the proposed changes. I know that as a member of this Board of Education, I take a great deal of pride in our budget process. And that being said, on November 14th, we had a Board of Ed meeting where the superintendent was given the opportunity to talk about the 2024-2025 budget initiatives and drivers. And at that time, there was no enclosure and no mention of the proposed changes in instructional leadership. So my first question is just in me trying to understand the process, why is it that the board was not informed at that time or any of the 6 meetings since that this was under consideration? I'm not sure who can answer that, so.
I can answer it. We talked about what would drive an increase to the budget since this was not going to be really a substantial change in dollar amount. It wasn't really a driver of the budget. It's just a reorg of supervisory responsibilities and roles. So I apologize if that was not included as a driver for the budget. I think we said all said and done with the conversion of the reorg of the departments from different liaisons, coordinators based on release time, non-release time, and stipends, there'd be a slight increase to the budget of about $25,000. So it's not really driving the budget ask for this year, given that there's many other large components that really make up the vast majority of the ask for the increase.
Thank you. I mean, it's initiatives and drivers, and I would have thought that would have been an important initiative. But anyway, I'm also wondering, just to follow up that question, were there any of the current coordinators or liaisons or staff members in any of these departments involved in this process at all during the consideration of these changes?
The individuals themselves would not be involved in the discussion. Again, they are teachers in the district that have personal, I don't know, try to use the best word, are personally impacted maybe in one way, shape, or form. So this was just discussions that we had internally here at central office.
Thank you, and understanding obviously that the staff members know the challenges of our the best. I think that was a missed opportunity. But, you know, in Fairfield, we really value our music and arts programs. That's something I've spoken to many times, and as well as a lot of people at this table. And I think that, you know, 2 years ago when we increased the position of the music coordinator to a full 1 FTE, that was a message that was strongly made from our community about the importance. And to see that as a reduction, and I know you said it was not a reduction, but it is in fact a reduction of FTE, that is really difficult for me to see, and I don't understand it, and I don't support it. And I think if anything, I'm interested in looking more closely, not this year because there's not enough time, if I knew that we were pursuing this in November, I would have liked to ask to look more closely at our visual arts program to see how we can enhance that and put back some of the reductions that had been made to that department and the education that was given, you know, the opportunities that are given to our elementary school students, looking at our middle school program, seeing how we can enhance visual arts there, and certainly not to reduce the amount of attention that we're giving to those programs. And trying to see if I have any other questions. No more questions at this time. Thank you.
Can I just ask a follow-up? How does the conversion to a program director signal a non-commitment to the department? I think it actually enhances our position that we are providing actual program director to bring leadership and guidance to the department rather than teachers, which I've had conversations with the FEA where there's some really blurred lines in terms of their responsibilities and what level of accountability that they can provide to their colleagues.
Right, so agreed. I mean, certainly it's helpful to have director positions in those areas, but what's happening is that we're reducing the amount of coordinators or liaisons that are spending that time. So again, I'll just repeat from last week, 1.0 plus 0.6 does not equal 1. It equals 1.6. So it is a reduction in FTE.
I understand. I just want to reiterate the 0.6 is not a full 0.6 dedicated to running the art department. They do teach 2 classes. So technically, there is a prep period and a non-instructional period contractually that the teachers must take. And there are 17 schools. I mean, well, I don't know how, and then there's travel time and everything else. So I don't know how much time we can actually say of that 0.6 non-teaching is actually quantified in being the liaison as opposed to all the other responsibilities of being a teacher. It's hard to quantify, but I can tell you as a program director, we would have a little bit more oversight and we'd get a lot more mileage in terms of time from that individual.
Mr. Pearson.
I just want to follow up since this is on the table. I know we may want to talk about this in more detail later on, but I would be in favor of rolling back to the dedicated program directors at the current levels for this budget myself. And for me, some of it is about focus. You know, I think that, you know, it's easy to put something under the umbrella of the arts, but these are actually very specific positions with very kind of specific expertise levels. And for programs that are very important for us as a district, that's kind of where I'm coming at it from. I understand, I think I understand why you came at it from this direction. You have been talking about looking for offsets, and this is an offset and an FTE in a budget that is up in FTEs. I understand that. I think that it's maybe wrong place, wrong time. I understand where it's coming from, but I'd be interested later on to talk and see if there are other members of this board that are also interested in that.
Listen, we're more than happy to either create 2 positions out of this, no argument there, or maintain status quo if the board feels that the current level of staffing is sufficient to run the district. Not arguing either way, it just go either direction with this.
Okay, so let's stick to 1 to 4, just a quick Q&A before we get into the later parts of the meeting. Thanks. Mrs. Maxon Kennelly.
Yeah, a couple of things. One thing that I appreciate about that Mr. Testani just said, and I get the 1.0 versus 1.6, is that the reminder last week, which I thought was a really valuable reminder, was that that 1.0 will be working far longer hours than previous. So I do understand that. However, I agree with the point I think Mr. Peterson was, or I'll just phrase it differently. Maybe it's not the same point, but I appreciate the subject matter expertise of the people we currently have there. And the only other point, and this is going to be a real point of historical efficiency, but so much of the way we do it right now was carved out to be a pretty lean machine of a district in terms of where we had leadership, what we did with FEA members versus administrative members. And do I think this represents bloat? Not at all, because I see the value of having program leadership. I guess I'm not quite sold yet on it being an improvement, also knowing that we are changing how we're doing teacher evaluations. That's something that weighed on our mind a great deal when it first got rolled out, of just how much time that was going to take from our administrative team. But now that that's vastly reduced, the idea that this would be shifting some of the teacher evaluation from its current administration, whoever's in charge, onto this new 092 position, it feels less urgent, even though I appreciate the idea of it. So the one thing that had been very appealing is that and maybe we're fine with the way we are with the ELL, but I know I've been waiting a couple years to see some strong leadership, certainly of our ELL learners. And that was one part of this that I appreciated, but yeah, so I'll just leave it at that.
Yeah, we weren't expecting the program director to evaluate solely all the art and music teachers across the district. They would have a partial contribution in going in and doing an observation or some component of it, as do the current program directors that we have in social studies and science do as well. So this was not putting all this work on them. Just want to be clear that
Mr. Krasnov.
I just have a quick follow-up. Can you explain the intended benefits, not including FTE or budget? Like, what was the thought process between combining the two? Just so we have a better understanding where the thought was there.
Sure. So as you can see referenced, there are many districts that do have it as a combined position. Having district leadership on a day where there's district professional development, these are folks that can have pointed, directed professional leadership and professional development opportunities to help them in the areas they see that they could use support in. Right now, there is really no leadership in that direction. On a day where there's building level and they're breaking out into departments, there could be some guided leadership there. We have it in all the other subject areas, except these are the ones that are kind of floating out there. Overall, that was the intent. It was not to diminish or to harm the department. It was, as we felt as a team, that this could enhance and provide leadership and guidance in the areas. When you talk about content specific, well, there is no administrator in the country that is an expert in all the content areas of the teachers that they go in and supervise and evaluate. So this wasn't a far stretch, but listen, I understand the board's concerns, and I'm happy to go in either direction.
Thank you. 1 through 4. Mrs. Maxon Kennelly.
Going off the document, this was just one point to, through the chair to Dr. Zavajanzik on question number 7. And it's just, this is regarding my question of giving our Italian, Latin, Chinese teach, because again, right now, ASL is kind of the sexy offering, and I totally get the appeal. I think it is an amazing offering. But I do think that these other languages, I don't know, I feel like we kind of owe it to them in a good way, so that our students, our 8th graders, are making really informed choices of what are the possible benefits of a classics education in Latin, of Chinese, of Italian. And just, I guess I don't understand, I appreciate your answer, and to which I wrote, why not? You know, of why not consider working something out with the middle schools so that the teachers could go down and using the flex, I don't know, but why couldn't we do this?
So my, James Evajanczyk, Chief Academic Officer, my response was that not that we couldn't do it. It's possible. It's my understanding, it predates me, that there used to be a time when the high school elective areas all went down to the middle schools to showcase their programs, and not just world language, but other departments as well. So this would be pre-2020, and the practice was stopped because it took substantial time and was disruptive to the entire schedule, is how it's been relayed to me.
Which I understand the other electives not doing that. First of all, I think those are ones which sell themselves so much better when the kids are coming up for those tours and they can see where woodshop is done and they can see where the fashion show. But world language is different, and it's not just an elective, it's a graduation requirement. So I guess that's a part where I carve that one out as being a bit different, and I would just encourage consideration of it, that's all.
Thank you.
Sorry, I wasn't done. I also just wanted to confirm on answer number 12, the reference to 2 full-day ECC classrooms. Is that 3, or is it that the third is something different?
It's an addition of 3 classrooms in the total in the preschool. It was 2 full days at a third site. I reread the way that was written, and I understand where the confusion one came from. But it's,
Well, who's confused? That's the part, me or you?
well,
It might be me.
can I tell you, the way it was written was, I could see where it could confuse. It's the additional of 2 full-time classes at a third site in addition to another full-time classroom at Stratfield.
I got you. Thank you.
Can you repeat that again?
Yeah, and I apologize, because I did reread it today, and I wrote the little blurb. It's an addition of 2 full-time classrooms at Holland Hill, plus 1 full-day classroom additionally at Stratfield.
I have a few more, but I don't know if these are follow-ups to that, Mrs. Jacobson. I have a few more, but I see hands shooting up, so I don't know if those are follow-ups, in which case I can wait.
Follow-up to ECC, to Mrs. Maxon Kennelly's question. Mr. Krasnoff.
So I brought this up in the facilities meeting, but I figured I'd mention it for the whole board. Is there a way to work with 1 less of these extra classrooms if we were to bump up the size of the class to 18 kids or so?
We're asking that the board support the proposal as is, just for clarity purposes. So if we can expand to 3 sites, that would, it would be, our programming would include 2 full days at Ward, 3 half-day sessions at Ward, 1 CLC at Ward. Stratfield would include 2 full-day sessions, 2 half-day sessions, 1 CLC, and then Holland Hill would have 2 full-day sessions. There's your 13 classrooms.
Mr. Lee.
So how many classrooms are you adding to currently at Holland Hill and Stratfield? Be 2 at Holland Hill, you're adding more?
We currently don't have any ECC programming at Holland Hill, so we would be adding 2 there, and we would be adding 1 at Stratfield.
Where would you, I know Holland Hill really well, so I'd like to know what's getting moved out of Holland Hill?
I will say, I'm happy that I misspoke the other night about the STEAM program. I saw everybody's face when I said that. I wish I could have retracted my comment immediately. Mr. Testani, me, and Mr. Papa George did a walk through Holland Hill with Mrs. Farrell, and fortunately, she has a plan where she can accommodate our request without having to take over the STEAM room.
And I'm assuming same thing at Stratfield and Ward. We're not moving like the orchestra or band or any to make extra space for it.
Went through the same process at Stratfield, and there is space to accommodate the expansion of the ECC program there.
And those, I'm sorry, and those, they're ADA and up to date as far as.
Yes, they meet all the requirements.
Mrs. Lynn?
Just a quick follow-up. Mr. May, I appreciate today I got some numbers of enrollment for ECC. It's very helpful, especially when you're looking. I'm just looking back at the presentation that was given to us on 12/12/23, and it does list all those classrooms in that little bubble. What I'm noticing that kind of gets left off of these tables and just maybe something to take note of is the CLCs. And those kind of off, and I can understand why, but including those on all these documents may be helpful just to see the totality of the rooms, because I think that when we're getting multiple different documents and now we're at 3 sites, I think it's very easy to kind of lose something in the mix. So just something to maybe be mindful of.
Did you have your hand? Mrs. Guernsey?
Yeah, sorry, not wanting to beat this one to death, and I don't know if Mr. Mancusi could answer this, but I'm still confused. What is being displaced at Holland Hill? What is, I mean, you said not STEAM, but what is being displaced?
There are some large classrooms that are being utilized by support programming that could move into smaller spaces that Ms. Farrell has the opportunity to do that without disrupting any delivery of instruction.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Lee?
Weren't those classrooms designed specifically for those groups and work? So we're taking something that's designed for it, that's broken down, and making those kids and those teachers in there into a smaller workspace?
No, these are full-size classrooms that can be utilized for anything.
Thanks.
Okay, I just have one last question on this because it's on page 2. And it's a follow-up to a previous question that I had asked on 116. I don't think it's on the new document. So just the Early Childhood Center, 188 and 3.2 FTEs. The follow-up question led us to 299, but I'm wondering 3.2 FTEs for 3 classrooms in total? And it's 188 still? I mean, is that including benefits and everything? I'm trying to get to a total with of this initiative, including everything, benefits, salaries, staffing, transportation, et cetera, materials, supplies, equipment.
Right. So the 299, the follow-up had included the benefits. It included the salaries for 3.2 teachers. It included the $30,000 for equipment for the room. Did not include transportation because we're looking at remodeling with our transportation proposal that it could likely sustain it and afford it within the existing transportation budget.
So meaning it wouldn't be additional buses for anything? There wouldn't be any additional buses to serve these additional 3 rooms?
That was what our original conversation was, yes, correct. And why 3.2 teachers? We have 1 current vacancy, so it's actually 3.2 net new teachers. So that's 2 classroom teachers and 1.2 specials to accommodate the 2 additional classrooms. I'm sorry, 3 additional classrooms. 3.2 teachers, 2 classroom teachers. There's 1 vacancy currently from the CLC that we're utilizing in the baseline budget. So it's going to be 3 total teachers for the 3 classroom teachers plus 1.2 specials.
Okay, so the 299 is the total for the 3 rooms?
Correct. Total net increased.
Net increase?
Net increase to the budget, correct.
Got it. Mr. Krasnoff? Thank you, thank you.
On top of that, any facility increases we're anticipating?
Not at this time. We are evaluating everything, but we don't believe we have any requirements.
Mrs. Lynn?
Can I ask what those 1.2 specials are? Is that speech and language? Is that what support are you envisioning needing at Holland Hill in addition?
It's all of the above. It could be specials, it could be related services.
And you think 1.2 covers those 2 classrooms in totality?
We think so, and we think that we could reallocate existing related service staff to meet the increased needs if possible, if necessary.
I'm sure we'll talk about it more as we get into salaries as well.
Okay, 1 through 4. Mrs. Rinaldi?
And I think too, just to clarify there, for the specials, it's OT and PT, but they're getting services. They'll get, 45-minute or half-hour sessions. So that does make sense, the number, just how it works out. It does seem low, but I can see how that works out, so.
Okay, we're ready to go to 7 to 10? Follow-ups on 7 to 10. Ex- Anybody? Mr. Lee?
Just quickly to clarify something I asked from page 16 in the budget book. The bilingual teacher, I know it's a state requirement. Specifically at that school, are we prepared if there's an influx of another language at a specific school or again at McKinley, like whether it's Portuguese, Chinese, Arabic?
We will be. We will be if we need to be, but right now the numbers are in the area of Spanish as home languages. Those are the numbers that are rising. Those are the ones that we're watching very closely.
So would you need another bilingual teacher if I'm assuming if it gets bigger, you may need another Spanish bilingual teacher next year, or we're projecting that's not happening?
We're not projecting any more at McKinley, if that's what you're asking, right? No. The current teachers that are there can handle the caseloads.
All right, if nobody has anything on 7 to 10, we will go to instructional services, 54 to 58. Mrs. Maxon Kennelly?
So first to question 102, where I got is that 102? Yeah. So just asking about the current year budget estimates, really that on target. I appreciate Mr. Mancusi's very careful answer of we are monitoring the current year closely, which might be a copy and paste for every year, but I appreciate that it is always true. But I guess what I'm wondering, because did we get the quarterly report, our copy of it yet? I have not had time to look at it, so I'll have to look at that to ask this question, but just wondering, are we getting any information that you can preview for us that we should take in a special look at that might forecast that, it could be forecasting a budget adjustment by Mr. Testani, for Thursday, or is there anything in particular? Because I asked that question in a couple of places. One, I think, was in general, and then this one was particular to special ed.
Particular to special ed, I'll answer that first, since that's a section one. You'll see in the quarterly when we review with the board on Thursday that the projection for special ed pupil personnel services has not changed much since the first quarter. The things that we knew about that are challenges, which are the legislation that extended the age to the end of the school year that caused us a really large increase in this year's unbudgeted mandates. The excess cost reduction, we were well aware of, the 70% reimbursement that the state also imposed on Fairfield Public Schools that greatly reduced our revenue reimbursement. We were aware of that, so we planned for that in this year's budget. So all of the factors I would say that we saw in our Q2 projections that Mr. Mancusi had worked on with his staff were bearing forward what we planned for this budget, including an increase in need for nursing services, which is based on, it's very expensive for individual students. So his staff knows the individual needs of our students. That's planned for in next year's budget. So everything we know as of today is accounted for, including those state mandates that we're challenged with meeting for next year.
Right, because so all three of those things are things we've talked, well, the nursing was new for us, but the other two we have talked about, so that looks okay for now.
Correct. The nursing is new to the board, but Mr. Mancusi did plan it for the budget for next year. Yeah.
Okay. Also nope, sorry, the rest of mine were in the next category. Thank you.
Mrs. Lynn?
Hi, just a quick follow-up to question B 60 about per pupil allocations and.
Mrs. Flynn, could you refer to it by the number on the far left? Because the B category has gotten completely scrambled.
I'm sorry, I noted here, 105. Better? Okay, and this was very helpful, thank you, the enclosure. I just don't think it necessarily hit what a few of us were asking for, just to kind of see, and I know this is really in the weeds, minutia, but like just a little bit of a breakout, especially for, so to see where those budget priorities are. Is it intramural sports? Is it clubs? Is it just to see a little bit more of a breakout? Obviously, we can't get that tonight and probably not quickly, but maybe at some point just to see for.
To your question, though, there is not central office getting in the weeds of what they're actually spending, if it's appropriate. So in terms of how each of the three principals, for example, at the middle schools, allocate how much of their budget to what. Yeah, no, but to your question, oversight, there's not much.
No, I'm not asking for oversight. I'm asking just for it compiled in one place in one document so we can see.
I apologize. I did do that, and it is in the document somewhere. I didn't link it here, but I do have it broken out by school, by the categories for you. So the schools are on the top, the schools, and then the categories and how the principals have allocated. I apologize that I don't know where the attachment is in the document. Do you know?
It is in the document, but I think, and correct me if I'm wrong, when it says part-time employment, for example, across, and there's discrepancies, what does that mean? Or when it says, something.
Little more detail. So you saw it, but you would like additional detail. Because you're looking at a different sheet there. That's the different one than that one. Oh, yes, I can provide that, sure.
And I'll go in and find it, Courtney. Thank you. I appreciate it. There were a lot of moving Google Docs and links. I'm very aware that there's some skipping, so no problem. Thank you very much.
Okay. Last on 54 to 58. Okay, moving on to tuition, page 70 to 72. No follow-ups? Did you have something, Mr. Testani?
Just because I saw your question about the current year and projected for next year. I know some of the magnet programs have still not made any offers out and sent out letters to students yet as to whether they are accepted or not. So I know that's a little early for the magnets in some cases.
All right. Next section, other purchase services, 73 to 82. Mrs. Maxon Kennelly.
Just one, I had one question that was deleted. So this is number 142. I had asked in the follow-up category to the second part, which talks about the travel reimbursement for pupil personnel services staff who cover mileage reimbursement. I guess I don't, again, follow-up question, which was deleted, so I'm sorry if this is a surprise to anybody. I don't understand why we provide that type of travel reimbursement, but we don't for other staff members who, based on their job, have to travel between schools. So I was hoping someone could explain that.
I apologize. That's my responsibility for having that deleted. I'll get it returned to the document. This is the line for travel reimbursement under pupil personnel. We do have mileage reimbursement for other staff as well. We do have reimbursement for program directors on the curricular side, as well as workers in the maintenance side. So individuals that are traveling between the schools do get reimbursed the federal rate for the miles that they travel.
If teachers are having to work in multiple buildings?
Well,
The way it works for the special ed department, like if you go home, drive from home to work, you don't get reimbursed. and then you drive home. You don't get reimbursed. If you drive between schools during the day, you get reimbursed the mileage for that, if according to the IRS rate. So mileage, I mean, driving between, to and from work, you get.
I would hope that we don't need, if, that was not my question. So I appreciate your saying that, and it's good to be clear, since sometimes it's not, but I get that. But for example, if someone is a .2 ELL teacher in one school and a .3 ELL teacher in another school, I didn't recall seeing that, and so this verbiage had prompted me to ask that question.
Yeah, our point is only within the day, and yes, for instructional and special education, right? That's what I'm hearing, yes.
Okay, thank you. That was it.
Anyone else? 73 to 82? All right, moving on. Supplies, text materials, 83 to 97. Okay. And our last section, capital, 109 to 114.
Can I clarify a question that was through the chair asked earlier that's not, yes, I did confirm that sets were purchased in the budget for both high schools. Not before the budget, are proposed to be purchased in the budget for both high schools.
Thank you very much. Save me from submitting an amendment. Thank you. Great news. 109 to 114? Follow-up on question number 160, which has to do with the security upgrades and the FEMA grants, and we've spent that down. I guess it can also be in maintenance, I guess, but since it refers to this, the total amount really was the question. And just looking to Mr. Papageorge, the items that are in the new tiered chart around the security upgrades between what's in this budget book and what's on that chart, is that the totality of this project? It's not a phase, it's all the 5 school amounts that we currently have. That's it. That's all that you need, right?
I'm sorry, where was the question?
Okay, I'm sorry. Question number 160. It's about the camera upgrades at the 5 secondary schools. You have Ludlow and Ward in the budget book for the upcoming school year. Then on your chart for future, you have the 3 middle schools. And my question is that the total? Like Dunzo?
So the 2 in the budget book for the 2 high schools, that would complete those 2 buildings, yes. The totals on the further down the road for the middle schools, those are the total project costs at this time. However, there could be, when we actually move forwards with those, there could be increases.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Jacobson?
Sure.
But to that point, the response that's written indicates we are looking to make additional upgrades as funding is made available. So that sounds like is that for something that's not part of this seed project?
Correct. So that would be the other schools.
Okay, so this will be completed.
Correct.
Thank you.
Okay, anything else on capital? Okay. To our new questions. First section for this evening, review section contracted services, page 59 to 64. Mrs. Guernsey.
Yeah, I just have a follow-up on question number 110. So it's page 60 in the budget book. And it's a question I asked was for information of the boys hockey co-op team about how many players we have on varsity and JV. And I guess my follow-up question is, if we only have 6 players on the JV hockey team, is that enough players for a team? And looking forward, do we anticipate it would be the same size next year? I don't know who this is a question for.
So it's something I would have to definitely refer to the athletic directors and get back to you on that. These were the numbers that were provided by the athletic directors in reference to the current status of the hockey team in terms of the number of players as well as our eligibility for CIAC.
No, I understand about the eligibility, and I wasn't asking about that. I'm looking at it purely as an expense. So if we're employing 2 coaches for the JV hockey team and whatever the ice time is, I'm just wondering why those 6 players don't just get folded up into one team. So that's sort of my specific question, like why are we doing it? And then why aren't we just folding it into one team if in fact we don't have the demand for 2 teams?
I'll follow up and get back to you.
Mrs. Maxon Kennelly.
Yeah, just as a follow-up to that, I can't, unfortunately, Mrs. Guernsey, I can't point to where the answer was, but I know that it was referenced that there were initially, I think, 30 registered for hockey, and thus we got knocked out of playoffs, but now that those numbers have dropped, they're petitioning the CIAC for us to be re-allowed back in. That still begs the question of the investment. I know it's 11 varsity, 6 JV, and then 5 swing. That, you know, I know that we do that in basketball all the time. You have those players who will be on both benches to give them the opportunity of playing time. But it's still, you know, fair point. It is a tremendous investment.
Okay. Sure, Mrs. Maxon Kennelly.
Okay, thank you. All right, so first, if on page 64, in the book, I appreciate, Dr. Parrish, the answer that you gave me. But this is a noteworthy facility increase for rentals. It's just under double. And again, I know with Ward, that includes, the reason that one's so much greater than Ludlow is because a couple of the co-op teams get budgeted there. It's not that Ludlow's spending that much. I mean, Ward is spending that much more than Ludlow. But still, it's almost double. And Ludlow's facilities from 52,000 2 years ago to 93 is not that far behind. I was just wondering if there can be any other background, and then at any point, is there an assessment of, you know, do we need to look at other sites? I know that we don't have tons of options, but this is a lot of money.
Can you let me know which line item you're referring to?
Sorry,
You gave me the
page 64, it's the 2 top, it's the Ludlow and the Ward facilities rental lines.
But are you referring to a question in the document, or this is not in the document?
Sorry, 120?
Thank you.
I mean, that's what drove it, but my answer wasn't exactly the same as that, so I apologize. But it noted that part of it was due to the fact that SHU is a good bit more expensive than Wonderland. And then there were a few other general, which I read at first and was, okay, there's a bit, and then I went back and looked at the numbers, and this is a huge increase.
So are you asking them to?
I'm asking for some explanation of, I mean, the point being, money being spent on this is not being spent on something else. At some point, I mean, to Mrs. Guernsey's point, I'm not looking to take away from hockey. We had 30, you know, young boys who signed up to do it, or at least initially were interested, as just one example of a facility rental cost, but.
We also have increased the ice time for the girls hockey team as well.
As in, what did they have previously?
as you can see, this year's budget, there was 90 in the Ludlow budget and 83. We only went up 3,000 on the Ludlow side. So one's carrying the women's hockey team rental, partially. We still use Wonderland of Ice for practice for them and then all the games are played at Martyr Family Arena for both boys and girls.
Varsity.
Varsity.
Again, just because I didn't ask for it to be itemized, that's what I'm kind of looking for, that color commentary now. About, again, $70,000, which, where is that accounted for? What is costing that much more money? And
Ice time.
40,000.
Ice time at both locations. Wonderland increased significantly as well because they lost significant renters to Martyr. They lost Notre Dame of Fairfield. So as more teams are playing at Sacred Heart University, less are going to Wonderland of Ice, and they had to increase their costs as well.
So
I'm
sorry, go ahead.
It also includes, per the athletic director's, ski costs as well. So it's not just ice time. It also includes time for the skiing team.
Right, which looked to have about a $20,000 swing, depending on the year. This is almost $110,000. And I just want to be clear that $110,000 more is being spent because of hockey.
Well, can I just say one thing, if I might? Just that
Sure.
if you look at the 22-23 expense, because the budget was under for these, so we had $120,000 between the two facility rentals, and now we're projecting 170 2 years later between the two. Now, we do need to establish a single, which has been a request of the athletic director's line, so it doesn't look skewed, but it does also support gymnastics, swimming, bowling, hockey, skiing, golf, and fencing. So it's not just hockey that's driving the increase, it's the increased cost of ice time, as well as the fact that we were under budgeted in the past. We have 41 different teams, and the funds for the rental facilities reflects the needs for across the district for all 41 teams.
Okay, I'm just
You have a
thinking at some point there could be an evaluation of this level of money. That's all.
Mrs. Lynn.
Can I just ask a follow-up? If you look at question 125 that Mrs. Maxon Kennelly also asked, there is a breakdown. So it lists out the Wonderland of Ice for the JV at 15, I'm assuming varsity at 55. So when we look at 22-23, Wonderland of Ice for varsity and JV was at 47, and now we're at close to 70. Was there any reason that the JV team was not able to be at Sacred Heart? It's a tremendous amount of ice time. And then if it's really true that Wonderland of Ice is seeing such a loss in revenue, have we gone back to them to try and, I've been to Sacred Heart, it's a wonderful facility, but I agree with Mrs. Maxon Kennelly, it seems like a tremendous increase in cost for one program, not even the JV and varsity, just varsity.
Well, the JV do practice with the varsity. They do hold a common practice. It's just the games. Part of the reason why we can't have the JV at Sacred Heart as well is because there's just not enough ice time. I mean, not only are we given priority, thanks to Sacred Heart and the folks up there, our practice time and our game time, we have priority outside of Sacred Heart University and some of their immediate partners. So we're getting prime time, which we would not necessarily get elsewhere.
I appreciate that. I'll just note on the document, it says that games and practices are being paid for, just something to be mindful of so that we're aware. But yeah, it's a big expense.
Mr. Lee?
Just two questions and a statement, a question. Are Sports Center still available for ice rental? Do we know? Have we looked at other options? Sports Center in Shelton?
Oh, I can't speak to that, but you're going to have significant travel costs with that as well. So we got to take that into consideration. And again, if we're going to try to build the programs, I mean,
I agree. I mean, yes, it's a cost. Well, you're building a program, especially in hockey for both girls and boys. And we've seen what good results it has, especially with the co-op program. I think that program is just going to get better. Yes, and there is ice time. Ice time is expensive. Anyone that's played hockey from Pee Wee till now, it's expensive, and it's prime time costs more.
Mrs. Maxon Kelly.
Yeah, my next question is regarding line 123, and it had been, nope, that's the wrong line. I turned the page. Where's the recruitment one? Yeah, 122. And obviously, since the bulletin, the billboards aren't getting us anything for recruitment, I've just reiterate my question, which is even 2 years ago, we're spending $5,000 on recruitment. Now we're looking at $33,000. Those are some very expensive magazines that we're advertising in, or websites. And I just, I don't understand, especially now that we're not trying to do I understood when we bumped it up because we were trying, you know, so, and again, worth a try. But we pulled it back, which to me, it speaks to me that it didn't get us anything or nothing that was worth that investment. So I guess I'm asking, why isn't this recruitment budget being cut to reflect different methods of recruitment and less expensive ones? It's not that I'm not interested in recruitment. I recognize there's a teacher shortage, but I don't understand that line staying the same.
So Kanika Ingram, the Executive Director of Human Resources. So the line is staying the same because we do have other recruitment strategies that we are implementing. So we're not doing the billboards, but we are going out to different career fairs, and all of the career fairs charge some upwards of $500. They can be in person, they can be virtual. And then, as you know, Fairfield also hosted its own career fair, and that was pretty expensive. And we're looking to do a collaborative career fair with some of the other Fairfield County school districts. So while we're not doing the billboards, we still have other initiatives that we need to move forward with.
Our own career fair cost us money? You just said we hosted one and that cost us money?
It did. It did. It wasn't free. So
but we didn't charge the other schools that came here, districts that came here?
It was just Fairfield. So with the advertisement, we did some radio ads. So there were some other things that we did to draw in folks and not just relying on social media.
Okay, I thought that fair had been canceled. The one or, okay. All right, thank you.
Mr. Lee.
I'm actually the opposite. I'd like to know why it's not increased for more recruiting, especially we know there's a teacher shortage everywhere out there. Why fish in the same pond? Why not go to Massachusetts, New York, those, like especially Manhattan, especially we know everyone's moving to Connecticut. Why not spend more on recruiting?
That is a great question. We think within this budget for the next school year that we'll be able to do all the recruitment in order to pull in qualified candidates. And we are reaching out to other states. So we're not only working with Sacred Heart and Fairfield, but we have a partnership hopefully solidified with Iona College. We're looking at some schools in Massachusetts. So we are doing some definitely reaching out to other markets.
Thanks.
I have a follow-up on 124 on the legal services and the RFP. I feel like that's been out for a while. What was the due date for that award?
The award came back to us, I believe.
Oh, so you have it back now? Because this question says you're out for an RFP. Is it back?
It's not been awarded, but it is back. Yes.
Oh, it hasn't been awarded. I'm just wondering, it says that there could be savings there, so I didn't know if we were ready to capitalize on that or
Not yet. We are in the process of making the award, and
not that I'm advocating for the lowest bid on legal. I'm just saying, I just didn't know if this reconciled itself yet, and we could there or not. Okay.
The current budget is actually just a modest increase, so it doesn't reflect savings with the RFP, but it's looks like a larger increase when you look at budget to budget because $100,000 was transferred into the salary line as we're attempting to recruit for legal services in-house again. That'll be rectified. If we don't find someone, we're hopeful that we will.
All right. Anyone else for contracted services? All right. Revenue, 142 to 157. Mrs. Guernsey?
Just to follow up, question 188. Let's see, it was the budget book page number is 145. And my question was about the Medicaid reimbursements and, sort of where we are with that. And I appreciate the answer. It's, which is currently we've received parental consent from approximately 50% of the students eligible. And I just wanted to know, do you have an idea why the other 50% are not signing that? Like, is it like a language barrier? Or is it an unconfident, an education like, is there anything that we could do to boost that number? Thank you.
That number does fluctuate month to month depending on the number of students that we seek reimbursement on. It's been up to, in the past year or so, in the 60s. It was 54% a couple months ago. Right now, it's about 49-50%. We do seek, parent consent at initial PPTs. Parents sometimes decline to give us consent at that time. We do reach out with our annual letter, and, we continue to try to get as close to 100% as possible.
Gotcha. Thanks so much. I have another question, oh, sorry, follow up over here.
Mrs. Maxim Kelly?
I guess I would think that, there's, again, not that 54 to 60% is completely stable, but we did pull in 196,000. And while I respect budgeting conservatively, I don't understand why we couldn't have raised it above 150,000 at this point in time.
I did meet with our Medicaid clerk today to see if we could increase that projection, and she advised us to keep it at 150 for now.
May I ask why?
I can ask her why and get back to you.
Okay, and again, I understand that it's her job, but that's another 46,000 in revenue isn't nothing. And again, I'm not saying you raise it to what our highest was, but I would think there's a little bit more of a known factor there that families are now getting used to being asked. And
Yeah. This Medicaid coordinator is a new-ish position to us. She's been here for the last year. She is reimbursed. Her salary is more than paid for with the reimbursement that she draws in through the Medicaid reimbursement this year.
that was the first thing I checked.
Yeah, and yes, we make sure of that. And this year, for her first year, we did outsource a small contract, I think about $10,000. This next year, she's on her own. We want to make sure that she's able to sustain that level. We'll take a closer look at it, though, to see if we can increase the revenue. So in other words, there's some metrics that are run to say, okay, she's following up with certain staff members to make sure they're doing what they have to do to follow up. So they've been providing us that metric so that she now knows how to do it on her own. So we're confident she'll continue to bring in additional funds, and we are hopeful that it'll be at the level of this year.
I understand, but this is not a new position. We've had this position for a few years.
It's a new individual, so she was new to the position about a year ago, and she's done sort of, I think, better than her predecessor in this way, in this aspect.
Okay, thank you. And then just, I don't know if it counts, all of the additional nursing does this help with that at all? Like, since that's clearly going up,
One of the primary responsibilities of our Medicaid clerk is to monitor billable services, and she is in touch with service providers regularly to make sure they stay on top of their services. So yes, some of that nursing services is billable and reimbursable.
and just to finish, there's no need to follow up there because I understand your explanation that being new and that there's an unknown factor there. Thank you.
Just one thing for the public, though, she is also responsible for other things more than just Medicaid. So she does all of our processing for other grants as well. I just wanted to say that.
Mrs. Flynn?
It's just a follow-up on question number 200, which is in regards to preschool tuition. Obviously, that number stayed flat in this budget book. It was said in the response to our questions that there will be an update on preschool revenue, if you have any insight on that, and possibly just can speak to, the methodology behind how you guys come up with that tuition and what you're looking at in moving into a full day program, how you're reflecting that in the tuition.
We do have a proposal for a full day tuition. How that was calculated is my team of special ed program directors and I, Mrs. Bruno, reviewed or collected some information on area districts and what their extended day tuition would be. What we did is we took a full tuition for a half a day, we divided by 2, and then we added those 2 numbers together to start. So we're proposing for a full day classroom program of $7,947. And then, we work with Diane Peruzzi, who, Mrs. Bruno, could you tell me how she calculates those half day and, then we have the reduced?
So the tuition rates in terms of whether it's full tuition, partial tuition, or free tuition is based on the tax returns of the families that are applying for the spots.
In your research, did you, and this is a little bit off the question, but I'm just curious, when you were looking at other neighboring districts, were they all, peer model methodologies, or did you see transitional kindergartens in there? I'm just curious, are we kind of stuck in one lane, or do you think diverging to 1 or 2 lanes would help kind of bring in, more peers and more revenue to the district?
We were just looking at area districts who were offering more than a half-day program like ours and what the cost of that was for their tuition. This $7,947 figure for a full-day program it's pretty good in terms of what the area charges.
Oh, I have no doubt. This is, I've worked at preschools. I had 3 that went through, and it isn't, like I said, I was just curious if you saw any variance between models while you were doing your work.
We didn't really look at the details of that. I can say a full day program, I think it's going to be very attractive for a lot of people.
I would absolutely agree.
Mr. Krasnov.
I just have a quick follow-up in terms of numbers. So am I right calculating that 150 would jump up to like 210, 220? Since it's about a 33% jump versus the 5144 you originally quoted?
I'm sorry, I'm not understanding your question.
Currently, you have it flat at $150,000. That was when you had it at $5,144. Now that we're jumping up to $7,900, am I correct that there should be a 33% or so increase
There should
in
be
the
an
revenue?
increase. Mrs. Jacobson, I believe, was the one who asked a question in the document about increasing the projected revenue from preschool tuition. We can do that for Thursday.
Thank you.
Thank you, because that was going to be my follow-up as well, so we can get what you're estimating on that increase to be, because I know it varies depending on the percentage of the reduced and the free and half-day, full-day and all that. Typically, we'd like to say we have about a third in full, a third in reduced, and a third in free. I feel like it's been that way for a while, and I just want to make sure, are we still around that, or have we swung in other directions, give or take? I mean, I'm not asking exact numbers. I'm just wondering, are we still at that rough range, or?
We're still around that rough range. We can take a closer look at it.
I'm just wondering if more people were qualifying for I'm just, wondering what was going on there, more or less. All right, so you will provide the number for us, or hopefully sooner than later. We'll get into how that will all work later on the evening, but thank you for providing whatever the number is. My suggestion was 145, but I didn't have this number. I was going on old stuff. Thank you. All right. Oh, I thought I saw your hand up there for a second.
Yeah.
Mr. Asa.
Just can someone clarify what we're talking about, like 50 grand? Is that, Mr. Krasnoff, roughly 50 grand? So what we're talking about is increasing revenue by about 50,000 for when we vote on this budget versus keeping it flat because of an unknown that we're not even there yet. I would just be hesitant to do anything like that until we have a year under our belt.
Well, can I just follow up to that? If we're putting the increased cost into the budget, we're increasing the cost of running those three programs, 3.2 FTEs. So 188, that 45,000 is like a third of the increase of that.
Yeah, I mean, that's a, if you build it, they will come philosophy. We don't know if they'll come, and we don't know if we'll get the money. So I'm comfortable spending the money on the expense side to build the program. I'm not 100% comfortable. I'm just making a statement on the revenue side. I would be okay leaving it as is because of that, just that unknown.
Thank you, I appreciate that. The IDEA Part B as well, that was another question that I had. Would you not be expecting, are you expecting more in terms of that because of the additionals? The preschool? No, that'll stay as you have it in the budget book.
Yeah, I don't expect an increase in our preschool IDEA grant allocation.
Okay. Mr. Peterson, did you have a question?
Yeah, yes, if we're ready to move on from this.
Oh, anyone else on, you mean on a revenue item that's other than preschool? Okay, yeah, go ahead.
I want to apologize first. I highlighted this in my budget book and I failed to put the question in the spreadsheet, but just some broad guidance about building rental fees. We were talking about this, I believe in October in Finance Committee, trying to see whether the new fee schedule was impacting rentals. And at the time, I remember the discussion was we were having fewer organizations renting, but renting more days and more spaces. And it seemed like it was going to be a wash, but it looks like I'm sorry, this is on page 150 of the budget book in the revenue section. And again, I didn't have a question, so. But so the actual for 22, 23 looks like is coming in at 163,000. And we're estimating for 23, 24, 218,000 to capture. Which seems like a large increase, and certainly it looks like that's the number you use to base the 24-25 budget number on. But it runs counter to what we had talked about. I didn't know if we had better experience now. I know we were back in October. We were talking about kind of some front loading from churches. This big $10,000 payments for a year's worth of rentals. Do we just have a better sense now, or how is that running?
Yes, we feel that our rentals originally were down, but now we are starting to grow back, and we've been continuously growing back. We are still trying to run a report for the board as requested. It's such a large report that our system can't run it, that we had to reach out to our contractor to get that report run. But it's in process, so we will get it to you.
All right, so you have better numbers now than you have in October, is basically.
We do, yes.
And I know, and when we were talking about the fee schedule, it was like a 200-page spreadsheet monstrosity, so I totally understand that. All right, thank you. I'd be interested to see that when it's done.
We will get it to you.
Mrs. Guernsey.
So I have a follow-up to that question. The same question I had asked, it was number 201, and it was similar to Mr. Peterson's question. I am also very concerned about that increased estimate in revenue. I know I personally have heard from several organizations that do not find these new fees to be sustainable. So I'm just kind of like trying to understand not just the revenue part of this, but like the impact on our community. So in that report, I had asked specific questions, and they're related to this process, the budget process. But also I'm concerned about what impact it has on our students and our staff that are involved in these programs that exist in our schools now that may not exist next year. So just so you know, that was where my question also was coming from. Thank you.
Mrs. Maxon Kennelly.
Thank you. I have two follow-ups. The first one is on 189. Sorry, 192. I'm going to skip that one. I don't mean to get into it with you, Mr. Mancusi, but I'm not picking on you. This predates you. However, this was a very explicit understanding of the board that with open choice students, that $3,000, as far as the attitude of the board was, that $3,000 was to pay for the expenses of educating. That anything related to SPED costs was to be charged to the sending district. That $3,000 was not in any way for SPED costs. We are paying for materials, for activities, et cetera. And that was quite a contentious discussion at the board several years ago. And so your answer took me by surprise.
Then my answer wasn't clear, because we do get $3,000 per student. If the student has an IEP, we then charge additional charges for special ed.
Starting at what dollar amount?
Starting after the $3,000.
So then you and I are still going to go at it a little bit here, because again, the board understanding is that the moment there is $1, obviously that's a ridiculous amount, but you get the idea. The moment there is $1 SPED costs, that gets charged. That is not covered by the $3,000. That is very much the understanding of the board, not this board, but when this came up and we changed our practice, because our practice used to be, we charged nothing. And now it's, as of $1, we charge the sending district. That was what the board asked for.
So I'm sorry, I think he explained it to me earlier. 0 to 3,000 is reimbursed, so we'd be double dipping if we charged anybody. So anything, there is no cost to the district. 3,001 up, special ed or other, we're being reimbursed the $3,000. So if, I see what you're saying that we should be parsing out portion of the general ed cost to that student. They are doing that. So we'd be double dipping if we.
And I would argue we're not double dipping at all. When that child participates, who is now a Fairfield Public School student, when that child participates in extracurriculars, we don't charge extra for that. When that student uses math manipulatives, who uses workbooks, who does all of those things that are part of Fairfield Public Schools, the $3,000 covers the regular education.
I will say this. We will take another look at this, but this is something that when I arrived 7 years ago, we sought input on, and
from whom?
From our attorneys. We were getting $3,000 for every student, and then if student had the IEP, we would charge them additional for the special ed costs.
Above $3,000, which was, and what I'm telling you is that is not the understanding of the board.
I understand that clearly. We will look at that.
And I just want to, just so that you know that I'm sensitive to the point you raised, that's why I asked this part of the question, unless we are, and I wrote now, unless we are now not allowed to collect for this, which again, if there is, I'd be interested in a synopsis, not the full legal opinion, but I'd be interested to know if we're not allowed to, because otherwise I would vehemently argue that we are not double dipping in this event.
We'll take a look.
My second, is there a follow-up?
Mr. Issa.
Yeah, Mrs. Maxon Kennelly, I just want to say that that is not how I recall it.
You weren't here then.
But I do recall us having many subsequent discussions since I've been on the board. And I've spoken a bunch about open choice and some of these fees, but the way I understood it was that we get $3,000 per student, but we do not charge until we've exceeded that. So going back however far you want to go back, but at least within the last 6 years, and then I remember Dr. Jones pursuing and getting us billed dollars from other districts, and she was a champion, and Mr. Mancusi was a champion at that. But I don't recall that the same way you do since Dr. Jones started doing that, just to put it out there.
You can just get some clarification and get
Sure.
back to us. That would be helpful. All right.
And then my second question, sorry, I'm trying to find the number. Oh, sorry, this is for number 205. And obviously, through the chair to Mr. Testani, this isn't something you brought forward to us. And I'm not going to advocate for, but I'm just wondering, this is regarding the tuition for non-resident faculty, full-time faculty. And just wondering, in general, are we happy to continue with this program? Because I know I was very excited for us to make that policy change. And just wondering, I'm not trying to open a can of worms, just wondering if there has been any expressed interest in going below 6th grade. Please don't explode, Mr. Asa.
I think if we did go below 6th grade, we would get more families to participate, more employee families to participate. I think, and we heard this a number of times through I don't want to say the word redistricting process, but at a certain point, by middle school, we have kids that are friends with other kids, and to leave them to come here is a difficult thing. I think if we did open it up, starting in kindergarten, we would probably see more employees take advantage of that.
Again, and just for anyone who's new listening, I completely respected that the thinking was we were worried about the volatility of our section numbers, because obviously once we make a commitment to a student, that remains. So I understand that. I did want to bring the topic up. But to my first question, Mr. Testani, overall, this is not something we're looking to walk away from, that this is, I mean, yes, it's a nice revenue number, but it's not like it's huge amounts, but it has gone well, no troubles or anything like that.
None whatsoever. You know, speaking to one teacher at one of our high schools who does have a child that is taking advantage of this, it's just helpful if, when they come in, if we can try to maintain the rate rather than increase it every year. You know, the individual did express that if we continue to increase it based on if our per pupil expenditure goes up, you know, it becomes a hardship for the family to budget for.
And correct me if I'm wrong, that's a policy issue. That wasn't in regs. Didn't we do that in policy, Mr. Peterson? Like I know someone did the work of figuring out how this would be calculated, and it's in policy.
I believe the formula is in the regs. We had a fulsome discussion in Finance Committee about kind of where the percentage would lie. And we looked at a lot of surrounding districts, looked at some were 20% of the per pupil expenditure, some were 50, and we split the difference ultimately. We made the recommendation in Finance Committee to split the difference, and I believe that's where it is now at 35%. But I believe that's in a reg. I don't think that that's written into policy.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I don't think it is either. I just, you know, we've kind of followed the regs, but I think given, you know, the high cost of inflation and everything else that some of our teachers are dealing with, you know, if we can keep it flat, or at least when they enter, it remains flat until they exit, and then only increase as new people come in. I mean, we could come up with any type of process, but to see increments starting from 6th grade and then when they get in, you know, farther along, that number can jump significantly. So that was the feedback I got from this one individual.
Okay, thank you.
Can I just jump in and stress, we're not voting to raise tuition for students or employees. We're doing it along with the budget. And so so we're not making that choice, but I guess if you're saying if we want to keep it flat, that'd be an administration decision, but it would also impact.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Unless it's in the policy or something that would stipulate based on our budget increase, so.
I mean, as you can see, we have a large number of employees and only 8 are taking advantage of it right now.
Okay, last call on revenue. All right, moving on to salaries. This starts on page 11 of the budget book. All right. Mrs. Flynn.
I have a few in different areas, but I guess I'll start with number 73. I don't know if this is for Mr. Chistani or Mr. Mancusi, but could you just speak to how you're envisioning reallocating paraprofessionals to cover 3 new classrooms, and as well as existing needs? Do you think, are you looking at this more as a model change? Are we currently overstaffed with paras? I'm just having a really hard time envisioning 3 new classrooms not needing any new paras.
I can speak to that. We do believe that we can reallocate some staff to support this expansion of the ECC. One of the primary focuses of the special ed department, which was a focus prior to COVID, and now it's become a focus again, is increasing student independence, starting at the preschool, going through CPP. We're doing a lot of independence plans for students with disabilities, and we're working on developing IEP goals and objectives, matrices, and we're doing some training with staff to support students across all settings. So we do believe that we can use existing paraprofessional staff to meet this need.
Follow up. So I think the heart of the matter for me, and I think I put one in here on the similar vein, is reallocating from what? My point is if you're moving someone from point A to point B, point A didn't need it anymore? Because if they don't need it now, if they can be reallocated, why are they here now? Do you know what I'm saying?
We reallocate every year based on student need. So we're looking at the para utilization across the district in all settings.
So you don't know from where at this point?
I can't say where the para is going to come from, like what site, what school, what program right now. But,
Okay.
you know, yeah.
Thank you. Mrs. Flynn.
So just, right now, is para staffing being driven mainly by one-on-one support in IEPs? Would that be a fair statement?
I'd say para staffing is driven, it's at least special education, para staffing is driven by student needs.
Like I said, you look at that number of 67, 3 new classrooms, about 17 children in class. I'm just having a very hard time envisioning, number one, that we can provide the level of services that our children at that age are going to need in a full day setting. And secondarily, just that we aren't going to impact our current programming. So if that need is existing, I would rather see it in this budget than see it reflected next year in an increase during the year.
Mr. Lee.
I'll second that with Mrs. Flynn. I think if you're going to expand in the different classrooms, we should have paras for them. I don't think it's fair for that one individual that needs that para, all of a sudden the next year, next week, not have it because we opened up more sections. I'm actually for having more paras.
I will say this for the board, there is reallocation of paras all the time, you know, sometimes on a daily or weekly basis based on if students move in or if students are like, you know, they're making progress, increasing their independence, and they don't need the level of support that they once have. We are very cognizant and we monitor student needs very closely.
Quick follow.
I think sometimes though, I don't want us to be confused that we're open, we need to move a para thinking that child's ready, because at times that child's not ready, right? And we know that by experience and whatever. I don't want to see us put in a position and say, uh-oh, we have an extra classroom in Highland Hill. We need to move a para maybe a little too soon, and whatever they accomplish with that child goes backwards.
Mrs. Flynn.
And also just to follow up, I've been a parent in this district for 6 years. I've sat in this budget room through many a budget process. And one thing that I'm pretty firm on is if something exits its budget, it's pretty hard to get it back in. So if we know the need exists, I'd rather have it allocated here and seen on paper.
Is Maxine Kennelly?
Yeah, I apologize, but through the chair, I've got to push back on that. If staff has identified that we can do this and meet the needs of our students, that's not something I'm willing to argue against. I mean, we are looking for efficiencies all the time. We do have the PPT-driven process, so no student need is going to be unmet. And on this one, heaven forbid that, we're coming in with, we found a bit of an efficiency in this area. I have to trust that because I know that Mr. Mancusi does not hesitate to say if we need more. It has to be kind of fun to be able to say that you can cut and make a little cut or make do within. But I think all of us need to be prepared since we've had a lot of questions on this topic that come next budget year, if it turns out things didn't work and there had to be a few additional hires. I'm not advocating for that, but I don't think it would take us by surprise, and clearly we would support it. But I would not look to do that proactively against, at least on this, against the recommendation of Mr. Mancusi.
Salaries? Mr. Krasnov.
So mine is a bunch of different questions. 84, 85, 59, and 55 all related to gifted and STEAM in the elementary schools. You did provide us with a chart with the breakdown of each one. However, I'm still seeing the same inconsistencies with FTE versus budget allocations. I was wondering if this chart would possibly be reconciled prior to Thursday, and if you can kind of give us an idea of what we're going to be looking at.
We'd be more than happy to reconcile it before Thursday, yes. I already spoke with the HR director to make sure that the people are pointing to the right location and that they're in the proper place. Rest assured that the bottom line for those staff numbers, when you add up, as I think the chart demonstrates, understanding that you do want to see, of course, where they're located, and make sure that the dollars align with the FT. So we'd be more than happy to provide the chart in the same format that would show what we're proposing for. You're looking perplexed, so I'm going to say to the chair, yeah. So basically for the STEAM and gifted staff, I provided a summary in the backup that shows the total staff and where the FTE are and where they're budgeted. There's a disconnect on a few of the locations with the dollars and where the headcount are, meaning positions. And I'm going to suggest through the chair to honor Mr. Krasnov's request to rightfully align that with no net dollar increase. And I'll work with the HR director to get that done before our meeting on Thursday. That shouldn't be too challenging for us to do.
So if I'm understanding you correctly, you don't expect the total dollar amount to change, but these particular school lines, especially I'm guessing at McKinley, Mill Hill, North Stratfield, and Riverfield, are the four that there seemed to be an issue at.
That's right, Mr. Krasnov? Yes, and we'd be happy to do that for Thursday, yes.
Okay, so it would be a supplementary packet that we could include in terms of some sort of an adjustment.
We will give you a supplementary packet included with the adjustments as we do in the process. In addition, we'll publish that for the public, and that would become part of the voted board budget as well.
And then when the new budget book gets posted, like as a BOE budget, it would all be
correct. And we'd show it with the from and the to with the account structure like we do when you vote, yes.
Okay, thank you. All right. Salaries. Mrs. Maxon Kennelly.
Sorry, I do have a lot here. I was hoping, I'll just go in order. So number 32, I didn't quite understand the explanation, and hopefully you'll be able to do this without the building principals. But there's 3.0 library at Ward, there's 2.0 library at Ludlow, and then there is a secretary at Ludlow who splits time between the two. So again, that brings us back to a full 1.0 additional at Ward that's not at Ludlow, when I was looking for some explanation of that.
The secretary who splits, she splits the work, but her location remains at Ward.
Sorry, I apologize. That I understand, but that's a separate line. If that's, because that secretary is serving both schools equally, so that's kind of a wash. So that leaves us with the library media staff, not including that, being a full 1.0 extra at Ward, and that's what I'm asking. Does that person does Ward do something that Ludlow doesn't?
Ward does not do something Ludlow doesn't. I hate to go back to the secretary, but as the secretary is there, they do cover some of the things by being physically in the building that are not covered at Ludlow. I'm not talking instructionally, I'm talking about some of the technical tasks that perhaps a library media specialist does.
And so what my question had been, so now that gets to the crux of the question that I put in, which is if there is work that can be done by a secretary who are very capable, then why isn't that work being done by a secretary at Ward, which would in fact cost less? Instead, we have a full 1.0 professional FTE doing that work that you're saying is being done by a secretary at Ludlow. And that's the basis of the question I submitted, which perhaps I didn't word very well.
No, I understand that. It is just a technical task at Word. A media specialist does more things. The personnel decision was to shift it in that direction. To have the 1.0 media specialist remain there and the 1.0 secretary to remain at the other building. It is not that they are interchangeable, though.
Either I'm being dense or you're doing a very good job of not answering my question. There's a full 1.0 extra at Ward.
There's just something that can't be said. It's a personnel matter.
All right, well, happy to move on then. Nice dancing though, Dr. Zabajanczyk. Yeah, okay, sorry. I guess I'll jump over to number 45. The first part of the answer said the campus had, this is regarding Walter Fitzgerald and the restorative practice specialist. The answer says that the campus had a dean of students in the past. When? Because I looked back at a series of budget books and there was no dean of students indicated under administration.
There was a staff member at Walter Fitzgerald, and this predates me, that they used to call the dean of students, but never really was the dean of students. It was a Walter Fitzgerald term that they used because the other high schools had a dean of students.
He's currently the dean at Roger Ludlow Middle School. He was a staff member at Walter Fitzgerald who fulfilled the dean responsibilities unofficially.
That is correct.
Okay. Well, that would explain why it wasn't in the budget book, at least it was like that. But it's the second part of the description that then, especially caught my eye is that, we hired a staff member to work with students when they need time to self-regulate and refocus before returning to the classrooms, which again, I understand that, but that's also exactly the description we got for the extra security person that we're adding. And we are adding an extra security person to Walter Fitzgerald. And therefore, you can guess where I'm going with this, is that I don't see the need to continue with this position. And so I would be looking for this as a cut. So I'd love to hear from you anything about that.
If we're going to cut, then we'll cut the security guard because the security guard doesn't have the skill set of the restorative practice individual who comes to us with extensive experience from CES and Boys and Girls Village. Has almost 30 years of experience, can relate to the students much better. A whole host of things that we can go down the list. So if a cut is being proposed, then the security officer would be the proposed cut. If that was the case, because it's been invaluable. I can tell one story because I think it's pretty public. When they were toward the end of the year, they were doing an exercise, and I think they presented maybe some to the board of the rocks that were painted, and a couple of the young ladies at the campus presented the individual with the rocks and with they said, "You're like the father we don't have." So there has been a real impact on the campus, so I would fight till the end to make sure that if we're going to do anything, it would be the security officer. Because we're seeing from the contracted services, they don't fulfill the role that somebody with this type of training and skill set has.
Thank you. But then I do have to ask then about the security officers, which I understand is going back to the enhancements, because part of the description in Ward and Ludlow is that the security officers were going to be doing this.
Well, the contracted security officers don't do this. They are basically there for security. Like I said, when we talked about this, the one at Walter Fitz has not been consistent. Having someone in-house, if we were going to replace the security staff member position, we would be able to get some more of that. But if the board decides that then we don't need a security guard at the campus, then we'd be sufficient with the staffing with the restorative practice individual.
Okay, and again, I very much appreciate the additional information. I just want, so I'm not making this up. On page 2, it said these services that the security will provide include but are not limited to restorative practices. So that's why it seemed redundant.
Gotcha.
So.
Well, I think getting the guards that are under our purview trained and get them doing that kind of work more than just guard a door and greet people and have them sign in, that would be the goal overall. To have those people that kids can trust, they believe in, somebody they can go to when they're having an issue they feel comfortable with. I think that's the main goal long-term with our security staff, that we can convert those maybe from security to restorative practice folks that really just work with kids and provide a sense of security, but not traditionally just there as a security guard.
Okay, and obviously it sounds like we've made a great hire at Walter Fitzgerald, so
Excellent.
I appreciate that. Again, I also do appreciate, though, that all of our staff, certainly our administrative team, I mean, we heard a lot about the valuable PD of last August of all of our administrators getting this restorative practice training. So, but I'm happy to move on from that. My next question was about number 60. And my question regarding these teacher additions, which were not part of what we budgeted for, and I'm not so much asking about the special education, because I kind of assume that's a no-choice issue. But for the others, again, this is not huge money, but I'm just asking, before we hire new for a position, is there a process, and I'm not actually sure if this is to Ms. Ingram or to Dr. Zavjanzik or whomever, do we make sure that other electives are maxed out before we hire, for example, for family and consumer sciences? That's just one very specific example, because you don't always get the classes you want. I mean, we know that's part of the course selection process. So obviously there must have been a tremendous interest in that department, but I am sure there were other undersubscribed electives. So I'm asking about these ads.
I think one of the things, and I'll just speak to it, and this is our goal for this year, is that we will be sitting with the high school teams prior to the schedule being built after all course requests have been entered and are finalized, to then sit and line by line, course by course, how many sections need to be created based on the requests. We were hoping that we can have some sort of function to lock that in Infinite Campus without having to sit there with them. That is not something we can do. They have the ability as a scheduling team to go in and create as many sections as they want based on the projected requests. So, for example, English 10, 32 requests. That would be 2 sections. They could go in and make 3 sections if they wanted to. They could make 4. There's no way of us preventing them from doing that. So short of sitting there and going through each one and doing that, that's the only way to ensure that any under-enrolled classes are not run on a consistent basis. I mean, with 32, you're going to run 2. The numbers are a little bit lower, but there's no other way. You can't put 32 kids in a class. But if you were at 50, you need 2, not 3. And I don't think from our estimations and our looks in after the fact, that is not what's happening.
But I would also take that one step further, because obviously the course you just named is a graduation. That's every kid is taking that. On the other hand, within family and consumer science, we have existing staff, we have courses that are asked. I would argue that we have to operate within the FTE we have, and if the interest is that tremendous, again, the one thing, and I brought it up a few times, something else has to go, and I'll bring up something a little sensitive too, and I wish I went back and found the quote. And again, Mr. Hughes spoke very passionately about the music, and I'm excited about the courses, but there was a little bit of a sense of we had to offer this to fill out a teacher schedule. And No, we don't. And so I do appreciate what you're saying, that there's going to be a close examination of this. I do appreciate that. So thank you for that. I was wondering if you've, on number 62, the DBT parent training, which I recognize got moved from one line to another, but I was wondering, and this is the first year for this, correct? Or that's not?
Parent training for DBT has been done since we began Impact in the 18-19 school year. So it's part of the Impact program where parent training is provided to kind of review with parents the DBT skills that students are working on in Impact, so parents can support kids at home to generalize what they're learning.
Can you remind me, what line was it on previously? Right now it's on page 23, but I know it was on another line first. And I'm hoping you know the budget book better than I do to find that. Because otherwise what this looks like is that this was brand new, this was not an approved item, and it was added this year, which obviously Impact we have had for a number of years. Do you want me to circle back to that one and give you a chance to find it, or?
Yeah, I don't know where it is in the budget book, so.
So it was previously included in the ESSER 2 grant as well as the ARPS. So we utilized some of our grant funding for the last few years to cover this training. Prior to that, I can't speak to the exact line item in terms of the board budget, but it was included in the grant application.
Thank you, Dr. Parrish. That is correct. That was ESSER funded.
Okay, thank you. And then, so then I'm just, right, one of the cliffs, which overall I think we've done a great job of avoiding what some other districts are facing. But do we have any, and just have to ask, because we haven't heard much about it, is it well attended, well participated in by parents? Do you have a sense of its effectiveness?
I can say this, at our monthly Impact meetings, when they talk about their family nights, parent participation continues to increase annually. So yes, we do.
1 to 2?
No. I would say we're up to 20, so I would say 9 or 10 parents will show. I think at the last one at Ward, it's gone up to the teens. So parents are participating.
I'm familiar with it, and it definitely involves training to do it well. So I appreciate that, but it's still important to hear that it's not 1 to 2. So thank you. Next question. Actually, Mrs. Jacobson, can I defer to somebody else so I was set for a couple of pages now. I want to look ahead.
Sure. Mrs. Guernsey.
I'm going to just take this opportunity to piggyback on something Mrs. Maxon Kennelly said about scheduling, and just share that I would be concerned again as these students are building their schedules and we're meeting their needs as best we can. This is not a simple math problem because of the graduation requirements. So I hope it's not looked at that way. I mean, it's not just this number divided by number of students. I mean, if you need to take math and English and you're in a specific math class that only meets at the time, I mean, there are scheduling complications that makes it more complicated than a simple math problem. So I would just urge you to be cautious with that.
Okay, yeah, I could speak to that. So I did this for a comprehensive high school for many years. It is not a simple math problem. The schedule that comes out is only as good as the information that is fed into the program. Infinite Campus will build a schedule, but based on, so if there is a math class that is a high-level math class, that's a singleton, there's only one section that's going to be offered because there's only 15 kids that want it. Those are the kind of things that the analytics will run through. So then we can go by individual if we need to hand schedule and make changes. That's what the school counselor should be doing. If there are any conflicts where Carol Guernsey didn't get into this, and this, and, or did get into these classes, but this ask wasn't, and is there a reason why, and is there any flexibility in moving and scheduling those kids? That's how that should be done. But if you put in the right number of sections ahead of time, it'll build the schedule that will schedule and fully schedule the vast majority of the kids. And you can keep running it, but just asking for more sections doesn't make it easier. Because that doesn't necessarily mean the sections won't be scheduled at the same time.
I have a follow-up. What do you mean by right number of sections?
So
Based
again,
on what?
the requests.
Okay, so if you have 100 requests and it's 25 cap, that would be 4 sections.
Possibly 5, depending on if you need some flexibility, if it's a course that everybody is taking or needs to take. But if there's 100, you don't offer 6 sections.
No, I
That's
understand.
what, that's what we're seeing a lot of, is that the requests come in at a number, and rather than putting a 1-section buffer, there are 2-section buffers based on, because they're looking at all then, from the explanation that was provided to us last year, they look at the number of teachers, and then they multiply that, and that's how they create the sections, to what Ms. Maxon-Kennelly mentioned. So it's not really about fulfilling the needs of the students, it's about fulfilling the needs of the students and having a full schedule for staff.
So just to clarify, we're not looking to reduce options to kids. They still are going to get the things that they want to take. You're just looking at how that gets scheduled.
Correct.
Okay. Is that helpful?
Yes, thank you.
I understand there's a fear that kids will not get classes if we do this, but then and I'm happy to leave it as is, but then we can't come back here and say we have all these sections we're offering with 5 kids in it, 7 kids in it, 9 kids in it. Why are we doing that? Well, we can't have it both ways. We can only have it one way, so.
Mr. Krasnoff?
So I have a pretty big question about the entire. You could start with number 83 is how I found it. Looking at the replacement retiree, and you attach the personnel full-time and staff replacement chart. If you look at the chart, full-time budget now has gone up according to this, $10 million. I can account for about 5.5, which is teacher increases. I'm trying to understand where the other 4 or so million came from, especially when if you look at each fiscal year prior, you have about a $2 million increase going all the way back to 2016. In addition, as part of that question, I see 124 million and change as the current estimate for fiscal year 2024. I know we budgeted 127 million, so that's actually another 3 million. And then on top of that, I do see a growth of about 40 FTE. So I did want to know where that 40 FTE was coming from. When I look through the salary book and add up every total, it does not equal the same math as this chart.
Sure. So, okay, let me start with the drivers of the increase to the budget for the salaries. I would point you to page 8. I think it's a decent summary that the board's used to looking at, and we can start there. And then I'll backtrack into the attrition information. So I'll wait while folks get to that. So 7 and 8 of the budget book. So the first page, the top page, page 7, looks at the budget categorically in the categories that you're used to seeing the budget divided into. So 1 through 11. And the drivers on the top are what we would consider your, I call them the turn on the light drivers. So it's your staff salaries, your benefits, your transportation, maintenance of plant, and the utilities. So it breaks it up to show what percent and dollar amount of the increased budget ask is made up of, comprised of those elements. Below that is special ed and PPS. I know you're not asking about that, but I just want to clarify. That's saying that about 5.46% of our overall 5.5 ask is related to those functions. The main driver being staff salaries. 80% of our budget is staff salaries, so that would be the driver. So what is driving that 7.8 increase in salaries? you would look below in the page where we break it up in groupings, not categories. So you could see that the biggest reason for the increase to the teacher salaries is the recently negotiated teacher salary contract. So it's $4 million. It's a very large increase, unprecedented in the district in terms of the percentage that it makes up of getting us to compensation comparable to other districts, but it was a large increase as other districts are doing as well. So that $4 million of our total $11 million ask is based on something that we're seeing a big increase in the teacher salary compensation that was passed thankfully by the RTM and the town as well. Second to that is what I call the non-certified carry forward. So every year we do have contracts with other groups that are the not certified groups. So that includes our custodial staff, our paraeducators, our secretaries, and our non-bargained units with an assumption as well. So that's the cost of COLA, the cost of living adjustment that we're assuming for all of those groups. Below that is the items that we were starting to talk to the board about when you talk about the 40 additional staff. So of that 40 additional staff, I'm going to point to a different page for that in a moment. The enrollment carry forward, so we would say the things that we needed to do this year is $1.7 million. That's 25 of those 40 staff. So the budget to budget increase is 15 staff, and that's made up of, when we talk about the enhancements, the middle school teams, the security guards at the schools, let's see, blanking on the other pieces of the staffing for the 15, but I'll get to that in a moment. But the 25 is related to things that happened this year, we would say out of necessity, which included a 5.9 increase for section or enrollment adjustments for the elementary schools, and we'll get into more detail in that in a moment. But that's what that 1.7 million. So that's associated with things that were added this year that we would consider have been critical for the functioning of the schools that will carry forward into next year's budget. Then we have benefits. Oh, but you weren't asking about that. You're asking specifically about salaries.
Yeah, what I'm trying to understand, and I do appreciate your explanation. However, I'm just focusing on staff salaries, and I do see the 8 million here accounted for, but according to the spreadsheet you gave me, I'm seeing 11.5 million. So where is the other $3 million?
I do apologize. I don't have that in front of me, the attrition spreadsheet. Let me see if my staff member printed it out for me in my book. It should line up. If it doesn't, it was done sort of in haste in response to the 280 questions that we received from the board. So I'll have to check that it is accurate. If you give me a moment, I'd like to continue though to talk to you about the headcount increases. And I also just want to point to, yes, the overall staffing ask in the budget book, if you point to page, I think it's easy to see, in the
It's page
executive.
50 is the summary of this.
Just the executive summary page shows you the increase to the budget associated with salaries on page 10. And that's a $7.9 million increase, or actually $8 million increase. It represents a 6.2% year over year budget change, and it's 3.8% of the total budget ask. That's broken down in that first section. So starting on page 11, you can see each of the summary objects, which is teaching, certified support staff, so on and so forth, driving that $7.9 million increase. You can see that the bulk of it, I'm on page 11, is in the teaching and the certified support. And the detail is contained, we describe it, and then behind the descriptions is the line item detail. So each of those is further broken down. So 101 is teaching by department and then by object. All of that does total up to the $8 million increase in staffing. Broadly speaking, $8 million increase, $4 million of which was due to the teacher's contract, 1.7 due to needs that we had this year, and then another 1.4 non-certified carry forward costs. The FTE increases, if we want to go to page 180, we could walk through those if we'd like to. Or actually, I should pause because I do want to answer your question. I'm walking through the high level, but I don't think I'm getting at your question. And I don't have the document in front of me, but I do. My colleague did pull it up. So if you don't mind, Janine, can I borrow your laptop for a moment?
I appreciate it. And I know it's a loaded, like a lot of stuff in my question, but just trying to.
I'm more than happy. I think it's been a helpful document for the board. This, for the members of the public and the board, is the document that we produced last year and the year before that shows the assumptions behind the attrition account. So for attrition, historically, what we've done is we look at historical attrition rates, meaning time to hire, time that things sit vacant, and then offset by savings for retirees, as well as the enrollment hires that we adjust for as we start our October 1 enrollment, and then staff replacement. So we break it out now between certified and non-certified. So that is kept historically. We go back to 2016, and I'm looking at the budget. The total budget of 135, 567, 432 is, I believe, tying out to the total staffing budget. Great. Okay. Of 135, 567, 432. So the budget, if you look, it's a little bit of a unique and strange way that we've done budgeting in Fairfield, and I'm following the past practice. So the way to read that is that top full-time budget, that would be the budget if 100% of the people were with us 100% of the time. So if I had 10 people and they all cost me $10, my budget would be $100. Then you offset with attrition. If your attrition rate's 3%, you offset with a -3. So overall, your total budget, because there's a negative assumption about the attrition, is $7 in that case I just gave. So here you'll see that full-time budget line on the top of 130, right? Then you add in the part-time, and then you add in those reductions for time to hire to get you to your budgeted amount. So we have an assumption that we have to watch carefully about that time to hire. So if it takes us longer to hire in a given year than it does historically, we have to be careful and mindful of that because that's something different than what we assumed in the budget. If more retirees show up than we anticipated or less, we have to be mindful of that because that's going to impact our next year's budget. The other way that sometimes people budget is to say, okay, my staff, this line is $100. I'm going to budget that line at $9. So I'm taking that 10% directly out of that line. But this attrition document is just showing that this is how we do it here in Fairfield. We budget for the full 100% gamut of the staff, and then we back out in a negative line that attrition assumption. So that's why you have that 135. And you're right, the increase year over year is whatever that number is.
What you may want to look closely at is the total line, 35. You had 124 supposedly this year, even though I know we budgeted 127. And then look backwards, it's a $2 million every year, give or take, way back to 16.
I see what you're saying. It looks like there's an error in FY24 because FY21 is 121,808, which lines up with this number. So it looks like there's an error in the number for FY24. I can correct that. This was probably because I was trying to produce it very quickly and respond to and format the 280 questions that the board gave me. I'm more than happy to do that. And I'm also happy through the chair, if you want me to walk you through this, because it's got a lot of information. I want to make sure that I'm right, and that it makes sense to you. And if you have feedback for me on it, I'm happy to entertain that feedback. So
I'm pretty sure I get it. The numbers don't make sense. So if you can fix the numbers, then I'll be able to read a little bit.
I certainly will.
appreciate it.
Mrs. Flynn. We're going to go from the whole book to just a little bit. It's question 75 in regards to crossing guards. And thank you, Mr. Papa George, for this breakdown. I just have a few questions. Can you just, how is this put together? Is this through our police department, through you guys? I've had some questions about it.
This was inherited from the police department when we took over crossing guard services.
I just want to make a note that North Stratfield is the only elementary school on here that has walkers that does not have a crossing guard. I know as being a part of that community, this has been an ongoing issue. They were requested. It was kind of like seemed like a spoke in the wheel. It was like, go to the police department, go to the Board of Ed. And there's something in the wheels that isn't working to get that there. And and I'm not looking to take anything away from anybody. Obviously, Mill Hill has a need, but I just want to point out Mill Hill is an all busing school that has a crossing guard, and North Stratfield is a walker school with concerns that does not. So that will be just curious if you have any insight.
So we do have, even though it is a 100% busing school, we do have a lot of walkers at Mill Hill with the hills and the hard turns up there. So we feel it's important for the crossing guard to be there. For North Stratfield, I did not know there was a request for one. When we do get a request for a crossing guard, we work closely with the police department to identify if it is a need, and if it is, we adjust accordingly.
Okay, well, I'm going to maybe be coming to you to figure out how we can make sure that it's a known need, and that community, I think, is trying to get on that as well.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Mrs. Maxon-Kennelly.
Thank you. First one, number 65. Well, not my first, my coming back around. I guess my question is that at the time, I know we, as a board, supported the program director of student support and mental health. I think most of us viewed Mr. Mancusi's job as being close to impossible. So we were happy to offer that. I'm curious now at this point if someone can tell me, and I'm not meaning this insultingly, genuinely, what is that person doing that there is no relief that this person can be offering to the elementary schools in terms of fulfilling that administrative need?
She is deeply involved in all the SEL initiatives going on in the district. She's in charge of the school psychologists and the school social workers, and she works very closely with the school counselors at all levels. So she's doing a lot of work in that. That's different than the elementary program coordinator that the 11 schools. I can assure you, Maureen Sullivan, who is our program director of mental health and student support services, is very busy.
And, okay, I really don't know the answer. Is she qualified to offer assistance? Is that something that could have been part of the work she does?
She is offering a lot of assistance. As you all know, staffing is a shortage. We continue to struggle. We're down school psychs in this district. As a certified school psychologist, she is covering a lot of PPTs, reviewing evaluations. She has done some evaluations because we have mandated timelines that we have to remain in compliance with. So she's doing all that work in addition to the work that she's, was hired to do.
Thank you, but we've also, and I appreciate that, so thank you, but we also did hire 11 assistant principals in the elementary schools who certainly can be helping with the PPT process in terms of staffing those. And I'm finding the number because one of my follow-up questions is I explicitly asked for a side-by-side financial comparison of what they are costing at this point, and that question was not answered. But I'll find that number so I can point to it specifically. But just as a staffing issue, we have invested a lot of money in those assistant principals. We've now invested further money in this new program director, and I'm not clear on why with all of that, we're making yet another administrative hire. And I fully respect that there's a lot of work. I'm not trying to say that someone's sitting in a corner twiddling their thumbs, but I'm unclear on why with existing resources, which we've just increased, why that's not sufficient.
So we did some data analysis, and we currently have one program director for special education for the middle schools that serves a little over 300 students, and I mean a little over 300 students. We have currently identified in our elementary schools over 700 students with disabilities. We have 8 CLC classrooms spread over 4 sites. We have a TLC. To have one supervisor providing support there was an overwhelming task, and she's excellent. Zoe's great, and I think we would have lost her if we did not provide her the additional support because she did have options to go, as they all do, somewhere else. I think the level of support in traveling to 11 buildings and trying to, with an 18, almost 19% identification rate, and it's just going up. That doesn't include the 504s. It was a lot of work for one individual, and we had some blind spots.
The Fairfield Public Schools prevalence rate at this point is 18 to 19%?
At the elementary schools, yes.
And what's the statewide average?
The statewide average is about 16. When we started here in 17, 18, we were at about 12% prevalence rate. We are being challenged greatly at this time in special education.
Okay, thank you for that feedback. My next question is sorry about this one. This is the awkward one. Number 68, and I'm just going to look directly at Mr. Tassani for this one. And I was hoping you could explain in the answer the reference to change in classification. And the raise is 6.1%, so I'm unclear on that.
So last year's budget book had the correct titles. For some reason, this year, they did not have the correct titles. We did notice that. And the original salary that showed the major increase of 17% was Janine's position. And not because there was an increase, the higher individual was paid at the low salary. She was hired at the salary where you saw the first increase. So the position maybe has gotten 17% over time, but she was hired obviously prior to my arrival at a higher salary than her predecessor. And I think for obvious reasons, the job was expanded. And then 6%, we could not find any accuracy in that either.
6.1% is from the budgeted of 22-23 when compared to the proposed 24-25. That's my calculation. It's not what's reflected on the page. It's going from 187 to 198, from 181 to 192, from 188 to 199. Those are all 6.1% increases. And I also, the Executive Director of Instruction and Curriculum Assessment, isn't that our Chief Academic Officer?
Correct.
Yeah.
His salary is reflected in the Executive Director of Digital Learning, we found.
So
we've got some proofreading to do here.
There's some cleanup that has to be done. So let me just say this briefly. The objects that are used in the budget book, these descriptors are only used for the budget book. The rest of the chart of account structure exists independent of these objects. And what was happening is the predecessor was overriding and writing them in. We need to fix them in the system. It should exist in the system. So I'll just say briefly that this will be corrected for the board book. We've already corrected it. But for the purpose of the public here, that first line that says Executive Director, Process and Operations, that is our Deputy Superintendent. The second line that says Executive Director, Instructional Curriculum Assessment, that is our Janine's position, which is the Executive Director of English Literacy.
If I could just interrupt, the title change, I totally understand that will be corrected because it was correct in last year's budget book. So I understand that. But I'm back on the 6.1%, which is far in excess of what our building leadership. And I don't need to continue it now, but I stand by my math.
What do you mean, over 2 years?
From 22-23 to 24-25, that's 6.1, where our building leadership is getting about 2.25 a year. And so my question had been, and I don't need to keep continuing this, I'm making my point that
I can't speak to what happened from 22, 23 to 23, 24, how that was determined, those, and I don't know if they're accurate.
no, but we did approve a budget last year, and the actual ended up far exceeding the budgeted amount.
It's two different people, so that predated the current person in the position. So, yeah.
Yeah,
For that
we
particular
didn't
line.
give anyone a 6.1% increase. That's why I'm,
Yeah, that's the predecessor of the person in the current position.
The previous position was a program director. That's the $160,000, which is,
That one, I would totally understand that.
Okay.
But not the others. The others are for existing personnel that again, I'm not looking to keep going with this point. This is extremely awkward because I want to point to everyone's attention to what I started my question with which I am very proud that we have an incredibly strong central office. I want to be very clear that that's what I started the question with. But I stand by the rest of the question as being something that I'm questioning. And for the sake of the conversation, I'm happy to move on to my next question. And that was number 71, which
Sorry to interrupt. This is just a quick announcement for people in the public. We were sent some information that there appears to be an audio issue if you're watching on FairTV on the television. So it does appear that the YouTube channel through FairTV is crystal clear. So if you are watching on TV and you're having trouble hearing, and you do have access on your computer or TV to go to the YouTube live stream, there is a link on the agenda. They should be able to, but apparently it sounds like there's another meeting going on in the background on the TV. So we just wanted to share that information, and FairTV is working on it.
my next question was another deletion. Hard to not take this personally now. So this was number 71. It would appear Mrs. Rinaldi got a really, really long answer. It takes up 3 boxes regarding paras. My question, which had been submitted at 71, that's not even a question there. I had asked the question regarding the allocation of regular ed paras, and again, my question got deleted. So now I can't remember how I phrased it, except that I had noted that there had been an increase of a 0.6 regular ed. And I know in the verbiage here, I did see reference to an additional kindergarten section, except that then when you look across all of the elementary schools, it's very clear that the regular ed paras are not solely tied to kindergarten, because you'll look at Mill Hill, which has the same number as Stratfield, and it's almost a 2.0 difference in paras. That one I did off the top of my head. I don't think I'm wrong. But so I guess my question is what else are regular ed paras doing? And then in this case, it obviously involved an increase of a 0.6 in one of our elementary schools. But I was hoping someone could speak to the regular ed paras and how are those actually being assigned in our elementary schools?
Can I just, first I want to say your question is there on 71? Line 71? Is that not the question?
That's an answer. I didn't write that.
Okay.
I write long questions. I didn't write that. That's not even a question. All of the verbiage next to 71 was not my question. Yeah,
no, it's an answer, correct.
that's okay. I just asked it now. So I just want to point out, Mrs. Rinaldi, you got a lot of bang for your buck there.
Thank you.
That's the answer to your question, I think. We do have ISS folks are considered paras.
This is at the
I only asked about elementary school.
There was, in that line, it also asked about middle and high. That's why it was included. There was a question about elementary, but it also included middle and high.
I
So
don't remember that. Once I write it down, I forget it. But I know the main thing that I noticed, and not that it was a discrepancy, it was that I didn't understand. So I'll just circle back to it down and re-clarify, was the use at our elementary schools? Because I know they are an invaluable resource in our elementary schools. One of the positions we've really always fought to protect, for example, was that library para who does so much more than just library. But in noticing that the regular ed paras did vary, I didn't understand how that decision was made of why some schools get more than others, because it didn't seem to be solely tied to enrollment or sections.
What I would say is this. I will get more specific detail about what regular ed paras do at the elementary level and get that to you by Thursday.
That's fine. And again, it's not even what they do, it's why are, and I'm going to use this word, why are some schools are gifted more of them? Because I do think they are very valuable. So that's really what, it's not that I question their value or their use or that they're doing something very important. It's why are some schools getting more than others? And again, this is specifically the regular ed paras. I don't question the sped ones. Thank you.
Mrs.
Can I just ask a follow-up? Because question 174, I also asked about paraprofessionals, and in the answer, it states something similar, that Osborne and Jennings were added an additional kindergarten class, so that accounts for the regular education paras. And if we've started bringing kindergarten paras back, I am going to be thrilled, but I'd like to see that expanded to all 11 elementary schools. So is that the model we're using right now? I saw it twice in this document, so just a little clarification. Do we attach kindergarten classes to how we do regular ed paras?
Kindergarten classes do have regular ed paras, yes.
So every kindergarten class in all 11 elementary schools has a kindergarten para?
At the 0.6 level, yes.
Okay, my next question was number 74. This was something that had involved a great deal of board discussion. We cut it from 2 at one point, and this is regarding the teacher residency program. And through the chair to Ms. Ingram, I'm hoping for more of an answer. I understand we're continuing it, but that doesn't actually answer my question on, or what maybe I needed to be more specific, so that's on me. How is it going? Because one of our big concerns about this investment had been, do they get employed here? Do they work for us? Are they helping us to become, have a more diverse workforce?
So for next school year, we are not going to continue the state's Connecticut residency program. We're going to go full throttle with the Sacred Heart University program, which is general ed sped dual certified program. We did a pilot this year, and we think that that program will give us more bang for our buck and get folks more qualified folks
So we're
employed
thinking
here.
the program is much more cost effective. We were given the option, first choice, as to the possible residents they would have, what their certification and their study that they will be completing, and which ones we would want. So obviously, all the shortage area ones, we put first dibs on. If those are the right match, we'll get to interview those. Once we're provided that in a couple of weeks, we'll get a link with all their resumes, all the things, their cover letter, then we'll be able to screen those, and then we'll be able to choose. And if we do not employ them, we don't have any obligation. So it's really a win-win. It's a great prep program. There's obviously their course of study that they're currently working in, and also a lot of professional learning outside of the classroom that is all done by Sacred Heart, but it's a significantly less of an investment, so we can add more of those folks to serve our needs into the areas that we specifically would hope to fill voids, and not just elementary, for example.
But to answer your question, we do have 2 fully employed teachers from the Connecticut State program currently working at Fairfield Public Schools.
Okay, well, so that's very good to hear. But ultimately, because again, this predates you. This was a previous superintendent that we had this debate and reduced from 2 to 1, and then there was other stuff. So we did get, I don't know how else to put this, we got something for our investment in that, but we're switching gears because now this seems to be looking more to targeting shortage areas as opposed to diversity applicants?
Shortage areas and their current dual enrollment, their dual certification, cross endorsement of elementary special education, where then we can have two options to potentially employ those individuals, either in an elementary classroom, which obviously if they have cross endorsement serves our needs much greater, or in a special ed position. And it's a 2-year commitment. If we do not employ them because we don't have a job or we don't choose to employ them, we're not on the hook for any further dollars for year 2.
And their obligation to us?
If they work for us, we pay them. If they don't work for us, we don't have any obligation, but the initial investment is small.
Right, because our concern as a board had been, what if they take our money and run?
Correct. And this program is significantly cheaper, well, less expensive, and it's a 2-year deal. So if they don't stay with us, we have no commitment for any further dollars after year 1.
Am I crazy, or is this, it's only it's $1,000 more? I'm unclear on how is this significantly less?
Because we're going to get more residents for that amount of money.
Okay, so that's not going to one person or
Correct.
whatever. Okay.
Correct.
Sorry, can I follow up? Well, because it does say 1.0, so is that being divided up into different locations, though, 1.0?
It's not 1.0. It's going to be more based on the number of people we get after the commitment. I don't know why that number is just 1.0.
So just so we're clear, we are being asked to fund 31,107 for this Sacred Heart program to fund multiple people.
That will be 2 folks
2 folks, okay.
at 31, but I don't know where that 31 came from because I know state program is more than that per individual, unless there was money in a grant. That's why.
There's currently money in the ARP ESSER grant, but I didn't know that. Is that sufficient for what you need for next year?
So this is for the resident program for the one candidate who's going to roll over to the second year. We still have to fulfill our obligation. So it's
Okay.
half grant, half board. That's what you see there
For
for
the
the teacher
state.
resident, for the state, correct.
Then where is the money for the Sacred Heart program?
That is in our intern budget.
Intern budget.
Okay,
I just don't know what page it's on.
well, thank you.
It is a model residency program that was developed 5 years ago, Sacred Heart University, through the National Teacher Residency out of Chicago.
No, I should say, I think it sounds very good. It's just when we, next year, when we look back at the budget book, I want this to make sense then.
It will, and not to take a pat on the back, but I was one of the co-developers of the program 5 years ago.
No, I genuinely think it makes, put it on the teacher resident line, but I'm not a budgeter at all. Okay, I have 3 more questions. If someone else wants to take a turn, I'm happy to defer.
Just wondering if we were doing this with any other schools.
There's not really a prevalent residency model. That's where I think everyone's kind of moving toward, is the residency model, as people realize the old intern model is not as effective as in preparing teachers for the classroom.
Okay, thanks. I was wondering if Fairfield U or something. Okay.
They don't have one.
My next question was for number 77. And I just hope, and again, I'm happy for you to send this to me because I don't assume you have it, but again, obviously multiple of us asked questions regarding this summer school over $200,000 increase, and just hoping you could provide us some numbers on that, just so that it sits a little better.
We were just talking about this today. Last summer, a lot more students attended summer school last summer than the previous couple of summers. Coming out of COVID, we had a lot more students, significant, probably 150 students more attended ESY last year than the previous year.
And so how are we paying for something we didn't budget for? So that's where, again, I'd still appreciate the numbers. but I'm fine. And again, I appreciate, through the chair to Ms. Goss, that you said you'd, I think in the Friday packet, get us the data regarding, but I think that was only regular ed. I wouldn't have expected.
That was a regular ed program called the Summer Support Program, which used to be Boost. It's been redesigned, 137 students attended. So I will have lots of good data for you on Friday.
Thank you.
Okay.
You'll see that on your Q2. So although it wasn't in the budget for this year, we're accounting for it in the quarterly projection. So we're making recommendations to the board for how to account for that increased need that we saw this summer on Thursday.
Thank you. And then last two, for question 80, just have to ask you, you said that the subline went up considerably because of the minimum wage, but a lot of these sub numbers that went up have a flat rate. They're not impacted by the minimum wage, so I didn't understand that.
It's only a partial answer. It's also going up because, and you'll see this in our Q2 also, we're seeing a significant number of absences in our teachers, both short-term and long-term. So we're accounting for needing to accommodate that, as well as an increase to the minimum wage.
So what I will say that, and I know it's not huge money, but to support this kind of an increase, I don't think we're filling all those jobs. And
we are filling at a 75% fill rate right now. Lisa is doing an amazing job in HR in onboarding and filling sub lines on a daily basis. We are getting killed in absences, especially long-term absences, mainly due to illness, severe illness of staff, and a huge, right now we have equaled last year's total for maternity leave. Just to year to date, we have 2 less maternity year to date than we had all of last year, and 2 more paternity compared to last year. So we're about even at not even the halfway mark. Well, about the halfway mark. And we have several that we're aware will be going out on maternity in the next couple of months.
okay, thank you for that information. So
We did a lot of work on this to try to, we were racking our brains, but 75% fill rate. We're averaging over 100 a day, teachers out. And a lot of it is in the last, we haven't even seen the impact of personal days yet.
Mr. Krasnov.
I'm sorry, back to the summer ESY program. On those increases, and I'm sorry for my ignorance, is this something we're required to provide? And if so, is there grants to help offset these increases that maybe we can look to apply to?
ESY is mandated for students with disabilities who do qualify. There is eligibility criteria. We do have the IDEA grant that helps us offset special ed costs, including some of the summer school costs, particularly supplies and materials for summer. We had to hire additional staff to support the increase in the number of students that attended.
So for other bodies that ask, this is a required cost.
It is absolutely a required cost.
Thank you.
my last question, and I apologize that I was a little off my game walking in the door because I was a couple of minutes late regarding the enhancements. But the issue regarding the middle school, I want to, through the chair, thank Dr. Parrish and Mr. Testani for the answer. I have not had the time to read it carefully yet. I still want to go through that, but I'm not satisfied with the math, and specifically on Tomlinson, and to a degree, therefore, on the other two middle schools. We used to have a model, and unfortunately, I'm not sure anyone here has been here long enough, so maybe Mr. Peterson can back me up in this, but we used to have a middle school model that involved teams of 3. And that team of 3 would be each of the, and the sixth, sorry, this is 6th grade only. This is not 7th and 8th. That's completely separate. But those teams of 3 would be the homeroom teacher was the language arts teacher. Then the 3 teachers would split social studies, math, and science. but with their K through 6 certification, all were qualified to do the language arts. So we had teams of 3. And I don't recall, and I have been trying to text former board members to ask them when we changed to teams of 4. Because I checked with my children, both of them confirmed that my memory was correct. Now, they can be flawed, but I checked with both of them separately, and they immediately reeled off the names of their teachers. So I had asked the question, if we didn't approve 4.0, for example, for our 2 middle schools, what if we only approved 2.0? And I was told that that wouldn't be possible, but it is possible because it used to be what was done, at the very least at Tomlinson, but I cannot believe Tomlinson would have been different from the other 2 schools. And again, I believe this predates anyone, well, maybe Mr. Papa George, maybe you were here for that, but this wouldn't have been your area of expertise. So I don't think anyone else can speak to it, but the point is it was the model. Mr. Peterson, am I wrong? Careful with your answer.
I think you might be right, but I think you're going back to when we were at Roger Ludlow Middle School in that case.
I never had a child at Roger Ludlow. My child was the first one of the redistricted, so I've only been at Tomlinson. But if you've experienced that at Roger Ludlow, yeah, Fiona was the first one.
All right, we'll talk about it later.
Yeah. But my only point in raising that is we already have a model for how it could work. And I still do, and I've got to come back to the point that I made before with Mr. Mancusi, and my point of, possibly not supporting the idea of the new program director positions is that I appreciate the work that this district had done on being efficient. We just approved a massive teacher's contract, but that comes with a flip side that we can't support everything, which I absolutely know that you appreciate as well. I don't think you spent any of this frivolously, but I think this is an area that we have to look at. And again, I can't speak further to the memo, which was alluded to in here, and I will get to that, and I promise by tomorrow, so that if I have any suggestions, I'd like to run it past you. I do appreciate the work that went into that.
Yeah, the only thing I'm concerned about if we went to 3 is how the teams would have common planning time, because they would all then be required to have 2 preps during the day. So that could impact their time as a group to be able to plan. Because if they're all teaching 2 classes or 2 subjects, they need 2 preps. And I have the FEA president in the back who's probably shaking his head like, yes, so.
I actually didn't, I have 3 preps. That doesn't mean I get 3 free blocks.
No.
I have to find the time to do that.
No, I know.
If what I've just said now runs against something that's in the contract, please steer me straight. But it was the practice. It can't be done. It fits their certification, and it might be a more efficient use of resources.
They can definitely do 2 preps contractually. I just don't know then if that will impact whether they'll have common planning time as a team together, all 3 of them.
And that's part of the issue we're finding now with the split team in the 6th grade at Roger Ludlow at Fairfield Woods Middle School. The teachers that are teaching math and science, they aren't able to plan with both of those departments. They have to choose one or the other when it comes to department meeting time after school. Same thing with the teachers who are teaching both language arts and social studies. So right now, they are trying to balance and juggle which of the 2 meetings they go to, but we're doing them a potential disservice and not allowing them, especially with potentially having a brand new 6-8 ELA curriculum, that time to really be able to immerse themselves in that implementation guide work with their colleagues. If they're also pulled in the direction of social studies, they're going to have to choose. And so that's what we're finding, what we found over the last few years with those grade 6 teachers is that they are not able to benefit from being able to focus on that specific content area.
And I can't go further because I haven't had time to look at the data in your memo. It's simply that I'm not saying that certain things aren't harder. And maybe I'll buy into the argument. Right now, it's an expensive argument. And I'm not sure that this is one that we can be affording. I mean, first of all, one of my objections throughout the whole ELA process was I don't see how the teams are mattering if they're not doing anything of an interdisciplinary nature beyond the SEL support, which is very important for sixth graders. I don't want to take anything away from that. But at the expense of over $300,000, I'm having some questions. So again, I'm just signaling to you and acknowledging that I'm not fully prepared to speak more to it. So again, I appreciate very much the information you gave me, and I've got to dig into it more.
Fair enough.
Mrs. Lynn.
Just through the chair to Mr. Testani, if that memo could be shared on the document or with the full board, I think it would be helpful. I know a lot of us had questions about middle school and possibly what we want to see. I know just as, you know, a parent of a new middle schooler, I really appreciate the challenges of our 6th, 7th, and 8th grade teams. These are, you know, I hate to label them, but, you know, our COVID 3rd graders, our COVID 2nd graders, you know, that interdisciplinary piece, I think, is something that we've heard a lot of us expressing. So the idea that we wouldn't take this investment, stabilize those teams, and then build on that, that's something I would be interested in. So I have a different opinion, but I think that memo would be helpful to the full board.
It was a response to an email. We'll put it in a more formalized memo and get it to everybody.
Thank you very much.
Salaries. I have a few, so I'm waiting to go last in case anybody else. Mrs. Lynn.
I have one more. So it's line 81. It was in regards to just a little bit of a notice of a variance in lunch aids across the schools. So just in my quick glances, Burr, for example, was budgeted at 15K, Osborne at 23, and Mill Hill was budgeted at 0, and Riverfield doesn't even have a line item. So I was just curious if you can give some color, and outside of children not eating lunch, what the reason for that would be.
That is a school-based allocation based on the principal's request. Schools use lunch aids differently. Some hire, some do not. Some manage the lunch waves with different personnel. Riverfield is one of those schools that does that and does not put in through their per pupil expenditure any money towards a lunch aid.
So we have staff at certain buildings that have that level of available time, but then seeing Osborne having to budget 23K for lunch, I just think that this isn't a few $100s. This is, you know, tens of thousands. I'm just curious if it's creative.
Not staff. Sometimes the principal just rather do it and be in the cafeteria. I mean, I know as an building administrator, I loved being in the cafeteria. It was a good time to interact with kids, and if they find the time, especially now with the assistant principal, you have 2 administrators that can support the lunchroom.
I just see a little bit of obviously that offset is being repurposed somewhere, whether it's supplies or other materials. So I think I just might have a few more questions about that. I'll follow up with the email.
Oh, sorry. Oh, Mr. Krasnov.
I just have a quick clarity question for you, Mr. Testani. The supervisor maintenance line, the proposals, because we're looking for that one position versus this year?
It's in the budget currently. We haven't filled it. But Angelus, you want to speak a little more to that?
So the supervisor position is in the budget, so it would carry over for next year. I believe what you're looking at is
Driver?
Is the driver position, is that the maintenance?
Could you point to what page you're on, so that would help
I
us?
believe you're referring to it. It's page 39 on the bottom, supervisor maintenance. We have 2 FTE. It looks like we're only really filled 1 FTE position, so the second one is still there in the budget, therefore carrying over. I just wanted clarity on that.
Yeah, we had a resignation. We've been trying to fill it. We just haven't found anyone that is qualified enough to fill our needs. So we're trying to be very selective so that we're not left with somebody that can't fulfill the duties and support Angelus in his department.
I'll start. 34 and 37, I would like to reconcile those 2 answers. So one is, this is about the program directors' salaries. we've got an average, in question number 37, an answer of 135. But then in 34, it says, and in another actual question as well, elsewhere in the document, it says that the salary is going to be negotiated with the FSAA. So is the 135 kind of your best guesstimate here, or is this an average that you're using? I'm trying to find out, because we're claiming that it's $25,000 net impact, and I'm guessing that that's not going to actually be the case.
We budgeted at 135, and then, yes, it would be subject to the negotiation, so that's our assumption for what that salary would come out at. So when you add up those three directors and then subtract out the adjustments for the liaisons and stipend positions, it's about $20,595 net dollar impact.
What would be the maximum based on the contract it would be?
Kanika, can you respond to that?
So I think the maximum is about 160, 162.
Okay.
That's 12 month. These would be 10 and a half month.
Anyway, follow-up question.
Mrs. Jacobson?
Yeah.
Can I ask you a question? Because if that's the case for program directors, then why on line 39 is someone having a full projected salary of 168?
Oh, well, I'm talking about the three new ones, so I can't answer
You
that.
just asked about the top number, and this is saying.
The
12-month position.
I'm basically looking to find what the maximum would be, possibly under that versus what you're budgeting. Because just looking at the assistant principals as well, we budgeted a certain amount last year, but the current actual is about $65,000 higher than what we budgeted. So I'm guessing there's going to be a similar situation should that situation pass.
Yeah, I'm going to ask Kanika to.
Not really
follow up.
necessarily. With the assistant principals, we had a couple come in at a higher step because they came with experience as an assistant principal in a prior district. Being that these are most likely, hopefully, could be filled internally, they'll all start at step one. These program directors, assistant principals, we did have a few that came in with significant experience, so we didn't start them at step one.
They were all higher than what we had budgeted, all of them actually. But only 4 of the 7, correct? I think that's an answer, have the 092. So some of them might not. Okay. So just looking to, follow-up question is the maximum on that to reconcile them. Pardon?
So you're asking for the maximum on the 10.5 month position, so no more than 150.
Okay. So about a $15,000 difference, so about 45. So I thought, okay, thank you. I have a question on the Director of Information Tech salary line, just a follow-up. It says there's a difference between what you have posted and what's in the budget book, and that the answer was that this was account for the overlap, so I guess there's some transitional, sorry, 40.
Correct.
But then that number is actually carried forward into next year. So is the transition support continuing in past July 1st?
Yes, the current director has planned to have some overlap after July 1st with the new director so that we can ensure that there's proper transition time.
Okay, but that's started now, the transition time?
No, we haven't hired for the position yet.
Okay. So it's going to cross over both fiscal years?
Correct.
Okay, just wanted to clarify.
Potentially, depending on the start date of the person coming in, but definitely after July 1st, there'll be overlap time.
So I'm just going to confirm, Ms. on question number 47, that you're looking for an adjustment to this item, which I've started a list of these that are in this document, but you said that this will be adjusted in the board budget and should be a reduction of 13,893 and 0.5 FTE. So I just want to make sure that that's something that you're looking for.
Yes, I have a list of items that we'll be looking for adjustments, and that includes, someone had pointed out summer school earlier. We're going to we're going to request to the board to make an adjustment to the summer school. We budgeted in 2 places. So Would you like, and you'll tell me.
We'll get to that later.
Yeah,
how
how
you
you'd
we
like
all
to
want
do that. That is correct. That will be included in our list.
Okay, all right. We already did the gifted STEAM. Took a lot of my questions. Sorry, guys, I'm just looking for my new questions that haven't already been asked. Follow up on the transportation question, because I admit I'm having a hard time figuring out this movement that's been going on. It seems to me that we were at 2.8. We were at 1 point, right, 9, and then a point. Sorry, it's a follow up to page 87. Question 87. And then there's an edit in the book, so the title says director, but it should say supervisor. It's all become kind of confusing. So I just want to know, what did we have before any changes were made in terms of total FTE in that department, and what is in this budget? Because I feel like we're going from 2.8 to a 1.9 possibly. Is that?
So, yes, so no, we're going, in the department, we had 3 total staff, of which 2.8 was funded through the board. 0.2 was funded with the non-public revenue, because they do some non-public functions. That changed to two staff, like grant funded, so 1.8. 1 was shifted, still performing transportation functions, sits part-time in the transportation office and part-time in finance. So they're coordinating some of the financial functions of the transportation department. So it went from 3 staff to 2 staff. Initially, we had a director and 2 secretaries. That was a year ago. Now we have a supervisor and 1 secretary sitting in that office.
The net reduction of 1.0.
To the office, yes.
To the office. And then can you point to the page where you said that the transportation person is in financial services on page 121? Because section staffing 121, because I didn't see that in there. You said part of it sits in the financial services. Is that correct? So where is that located in the budget book?
Give me 2 secs. Yeah.
I know it's in 20. You said 121, I believe. My memory is correct.
Correct. It's in support staff 121. Not on that page. Page 39. And it is the accounting specialist title. So that went from, the bottom line, it goes from 5 to 6 because of the transfer of that 1 position. But there was recategorization of some of the positions within the office overall as well.
Part of the transportation person that's splitting time between 2 different things is in that accounting specialist place.
That's correct.
Okay. It didn't say transportation, that's why I wasn't saying it there.
That's correct. Yeah.
Okay. And so just why are we reducing so much staff in the transportation department?
Angela, Mr. Papa George, this.
We reevaluated what was happening in transportation, and we felt that we could make that cut at this time. We would always be welcome to having further conversations down the road, but for this budget, we felt it was a comfortable move.
Okay, I was just curious what the reasoning was. Anybody else have any last minute salaries? Sorry.
I don't have a question about salaries, but I just have a suggestion when you're going to other town bodies, and through the chair to Mr. Testani, I don't know if there's an easy way to pull this together. And I'm not saying that this board isn't going to ask for more offsets, But I think having a way to capture on a page of this book that there has, because it's not readily apparent that there has been a concerted effort at offsets, and it is something that helps us sell our budget to other town bodies when they know exactly I could quote Mr. Papageorge, we think we can make do with this at this time. We've accepted, a reduction there. But if there was a way to capture that, I think it would be really helpful.
We started working on a document.
Moving on to benefits, 51 to 53. I'm going to start with a broad question. Anywhere on this document where you have pertained to salary, does it include the benefits? So like, it's 135. Does that include the benefits?
No, the only time that we talk about inclusive of benefits is if you've asked me, how much does it cost for the CLC? Overall, net increase to the budget, we would clarify and say 300K, that includes the benefits, that includes the salaries, that includes 30K. So the answer is no. It's always independent. So the 135, for example, that's what we budgeted for the salaries for those directors. Benefits, that's budgeted in the benefits line. Lines, multiple lines. So health insurance, life insurance, where appropriate, each of the FICA where appropriate, all budgeted for in the rate line.
Okay, benefits. Anyone? Sorry, Mrs. Maxon.
Just one question. We would expect that the next update, which obviously good or bad, we're not going to be able to make any adjustment, would be in time for the RTM conversation and vote. Is that correct?
That's correct. We heard from the state that they're looking at early March, so that would be good for us. It's a little bit earlier than last year. We remain hopeful that they're true to that. But yeah, we did hear from them that we'll hear a better number early March.
Then that would be in time for Board of Finance. So, okay, thank you.
We anticipate favorable numbers. Governor's kind of indicated that as well.
So it's not something that we could do anything about on our end at this point, but going forward, it'd be helpful information to have. Okay, no one has any questions on benefits? All right, transportation, 65 to 69. Mrs. Rinaldi?
Thank you. So math is definitely my Achilles heel here, and I do just want a little more clarification. So number 127, transportation in general. So I guess this is a general question. I know with ECC expanding, I guess in my mind, when I think about it, that means more students. So there'll be a new influx of 3-year-olds and then most likely 4-year-olds as well. So a larger number of students will be attending ECC. From there, I guess I'm still seeing that there would be more buses needed to transport students to and from the ECC locations, especially students needing to travel far, a little bit further to get to Holland Hill for those 2 full-day classes. So I guess it's just not correlating in my mind properly that that there wouldn't need to be more transportation cost, a higher budget for transportation.
No, we feel that we can perform the transportation requirements utilizing tiers and houred buses for special education. We can increase hours without increasing bus numbers, so there is room in there for operating.
Okay, because the ECC would be starting later and ending earlier, then you would use the same bus drivers and buses.
Correct.
Okay, that math is working. Okay, thank you.
In other words, you're not adding any routes for the ECCs.
Correct.
Okay, Mr. Issa.
Yeah, just for Mrs. Rinaldi, I know just so you know, this can get a little confusing with tiers and routes and everything. But when they say that they're able to absorb it, it doesn't mean that we're like necessarily making longer runs for other kids. So, but one question I do have for Mr. Mancusi, we are not obligated to provide transportation for the full day preschool typical peers, right? The transportation that is required is for the identified students, correct?
That is correct.
Thank you.
Mr. Krasnoff.
I got a few transportation questions. First, just pertaining to the contract, could we get some clarity as to whether we're contracted a specific number of buses or just enough routes to satisfy the Board of Ed, or your answer?
So the contract does not specify a number of buses. It contracts it, in the first year it did, but after that, it just says what we set forth per year.
Okay, and then that being said, a follow-up to that on 131. And then you can also turn to page 65 in the budget book. So I'm trying to wrap my head around all these estimates and increases that we have like year on year, and with the amount of buses we've actually gotten from the bus company, and to see the increases that we're seeing, especially from 2022 to 23, which was the actual expense, running a similar amount of routes to go all the way up to 10,719,997 as a proposal. Are we overestimating these numbers?
I do not believe so. We are basing that on the contracted increase per year based on the contract. One thing to keep in mind is we are currently in the fourth year of a 5-year contract. So next year we will be working on getting that new bid out.
Are we able to push back a little bit since it's the final year in the contract on their increases?
That would be something we could work with purchasing and the town's attorney to see if there is any room for that.
Excellent, thank you.
I have a follow-up to that. So I had asked for a chart, which we've had gone over previously at this board in terms of like by building every single run, what our ridership is looking like. So we didn't get that. So is that something that's forthcoming? Because I'd like to study where we are with the ridership. Generally speaking, are we kind of where we've always been, roughly speaking, in terms of ridership at each building?
We are, and that form that you asked for is forthcoming. You should have it by tomorrow.
Okay. And so if we're at the same ridership and we're going to have less buses than we have this year and even less buses than we ideally were at with 119, but the same number of runs, how are we doing the same number of kids with that many less buses? How is that mathematically possible?
So again, going back to the tiers, we're running fewer single tiers, more of the double and triple tier runs at this point. So same number of buses, same number of routes, just different configuration.
Help me understand what that means.
So we're running the same number of routes, it's just with less buses running. So instead of having one bus run a single tier, so running just a high school run and calling it a day, they're now running 2 or 3 tiers. So they're doing a high school, middle school, and an elementary school as opposed to the single tier. So less single tier runs, more of the double and triple tier runs.
So the single tier runs are more expensive, but you get less runs. So if you increase the number of if you increase the buses that have the ability to run more tiers, they're slightly more expensive, but you get more runs. You're running less buses. So this year we're currently projected to run 65 buses. Next year we're projected to run the same amount. So the current budget was to run 67. That's general education buses. We also have decreases year over year in the fuel charges because when the big price hike in gasoline and diesel, was budgeted for, like when it happened a year ago for this year. So this year you're seeing a decrease there. We're running slightly less special ed buses, so you've got 6-hour, 5-hour, and 4-hour buses. The mix was 12, 6-hour, 8, 5-hour, and 11 4-hour. It's just shifting to do 11 6-hour, 15 5-hour, and 0 4-hour. So you're running less of the shorter run buses. You're stretching your drivers a little bit more because there's a driver shortage. So making do with what you have to attempt to run as much as you can. So to answer your question, do we need more in transportation? Yeah. Can we get more? Probably not, right? I mean,
I think we mentioned this in a previous meeting that unfortunately First Student has now taken on a new client, which I'm sure they're trying to make a good impression with right next door. So I think as we get into a new contract, we probably will get more favorable, hopefully, numbers for the next bid.
I have to imagine over the last couple years, if our ridership is similar to previous years, we've got longer bus rides, yes?
So we're still meeting the contracted 45-minute minimum, maximum, but they are extended. We're just under that number now.
Okay. All right. That's all. Mr. Jeff Carr.
And just to add to that, again, gas prices going down, less buses, more costs. If we can look into that. Yeah, I'd appreciate that.
Absolutely.
Transportation, Mrs. Maxon Kennelly?
Just one quick question. And I'd asked this and didn't get a response to it, which maybe you just didn't want the can of worms, but I just threw out there the idea that would flexibility in our school start time in any way help with because obviously as you're looking at these tiers and you're governed by a strict start time, I'm sure that affects how your buses can be used. I mean, that's just common sense. So just that, and for example, if there were 2 elementary schools that had the Holland Hill start time or anything like that was adjusted, is there anything part of that that would help alleviate the pressure that's on our current transportation system?
Honest answer is we've never dug into what would adjusting the times of starts and end dates for other elementary schools. I know there was a point when we did talk about moving Holland Hill to the standard with the rest of the elementary schools, and that was looked very negatively. So we never kind of pursued any other.
By the community, correct? Not by Holland Hill. I mean, not by the board.
By the community, yes.
Okay, again, just thought I'd throw out there that if somehow some flexibility in there helped, worth throwing out there. Thank you.
Operations and maintenance of buildings, pages 98 to 108. Maxon Kennelly?
Yeah, first, for question 154, my follow-up question, I asked why Stratfield Preschool Playground was on that list twice, and that part didn't get answered.
I apologize for that. It really on there twice because when we proofread, it has 2 different titles on there, so that's why it was missed.
Okay, so the point being that those are not 2 separate playgrounds, it's one and the same.
They are.
Okay, thank you. And then just curious, because Mr. Asa wrote, 155, this lengthy answer, and there was a very pithy response, Mr. Papa George, regarding the turf field on 155. And is there anything you can elaborate on with that? Again,
I'll jump in because Mr. Papa George was not. We did do some informal research with the athletic director at Fairfield Ward High School who took the initiative on this. I think there was supposed to be a link. We could share that with the board. There's obviously no bid proposal, just someone's renderings of how the entire complex could be turfed and in different phases if we wanted to and what the cost would be to do that. So that was originally linked. I don't know what happened to the document when it got transferred to a PDF, why the link didn't go with it, but it's in the working document, so I'll send that to the entire board tomorrow morning.
Thank you.
Mrs. Flynn?
Just out of curiosity, is that the spec from AstroTurf that was obtained by Fairfield Athletic Foundation?
It was that company. I think the athletic director had a different, got something a little bit different based on some sort of, I don't want to say connection or some sort of personnel that they knew. So yeah, similar.
Okay, just to speak, I was one of the founding members of that organization. So there are renderings for RLMS, there were renderings for a complex at Fairfield Ward, there were several different renderings. So just to be careful, no one wants to get more athletic fields in this district than I do, but a few other members on this board, but I was a part of that work and and a lot of that was honed in on, spaces that were not only accessible for our FPS students, which is obviously our high school teams, but also our youth athletics. Sullivan Fields was on there. I also just want to be mindful of, the Parks and Rec Master Plan, which took a lot of time and investment from our community to look at holistically as a town, what fields we want to focus on. And I don't believe that Ward was on there. So I would just be hesitant to be, I don't even know if this is the right phrase, but hopping the line before we take if we're going to talk about athletic fields, I think it should really be a very zoomed out, holistic conversation.
Mr. Issa?
Yeah, I'll just speak because, as Mrs. Flynn said, what came to mind and kind of spurred this question was that plan for Ward from the Athletic Foundation. And what I was thinking was that was a grandiose, large plan. I guess what I was trying to get at is there a puzzle piece of that might be something that as a board we could think about somehow funding that over time, knowing that we have, $100 million probably or more in AC by the time it's done. And we've got Dwight and we've got Jennings, just trying to have a conversation of, are there other ways? And maybe now is not the time. And I know we haven't done it this way, but just because we haven't done something this way, that was the impetus for it.
That's why we have Facilities Committee, to vet and research something to bring forward to the board. So is that something that you're thinking you're going to bring to facilities in the future? To discuss different ways of doing things?
That's not currently on our plan for this year, but that doesn't mean that it might be something that we look at. Because I know there was, I know there's a lot of members on this board that support enhancing our fields, and knowing how the bonding money is available, regardless of what the cap is and at previous administrations, anything. I'm just trying to figure out where the money is going to come from. And is this something that we want to discuss as a board?
Mr. Krasnov?
I just got a quick question about the electricity.
We're still on this item. Thought you had a follow-up. Still on this item, Mr. Flynn?
Mrs. Flynn. And I would just add, I also think this is something that the Finance Committee could actually be looking at too. I had brought up, beginning to look at that revenue piece again and ads. So I think that there's multiple different committees and avenues. I think this is absolutely something that many members on the board want to explore.
I just throw out here that we actually got a presentation from the Fairfield Athletic Foundation about this large ward project a couple of years ago now, I think, and the financing aspect of it was one thing that we kind of tripped over. So if there's evolution on that point or want to reopen that conversation, I'm certainly open to having those talks in this committee.
Sorry, Mr. Krasnov.
All right. Just a quick question about the electricity, the LED conversions. Looks like the most recent one was Tomlinson, and Tomlinson actually has one of the largest increases now in electricity. Is there anything specific, or is it the type of LED we chose? Is it something we got to look at going forward, that maybe we do something a little different in terms of energy efficiency? Just because this has been a topic of conversation recently here over the last few weeks.
So, yes, it's something we continue to look at, and for those of you not familiar with we did go out for an RFP for an energy management company. We're in the final stages of onboarding them, and this would be something that they would definitely take on as part of it. The energy management company that we're going to be going with is not they're not recommending project. The typical energy management would come into districts and reduce energy by recommending projects, changing boilers, that type of stuff. This energy management company has a different approach. They specialize in school programs, and they look at how the buildings are operating, LED lighting, that type of stuff, the small fruits to the larger picture to make the reduction. So it's something we will definitely be looking at.
I appreciate that, because when I saw a $40,000 bill to replace all the LED lights, and then I see we have another $40,000 bill a year for lights we just replaced, I hate seeing spend money silly. Let's do it efficiently. So I do appreciate that.
Absolutely.
Mrs. Flynn?
Just two quick questions. Again, on line, or question 154, the tiered maintenance projects. That playground at ECC Stratfield has been on there for quite a while, back as far as 2020 from my own memory. Can you just speak to why that hasn't gotten kind of pushed forward? Is that because Stratfield is not being looked at as a long-term site? Is that because there has been something that happened there that I just remember it being kind of a huge issue, like kids, and I'm going to paraphrase, careening down into fences. So is there something more to speak about that? I just would love to know why that doesn't have a number next to it or a date to be certain.
So I can give you a number for it if you would like, but obviously the number is only good for 30 days from 2 days ago. Yeah, so the approximate, so the Stratfield playground as it is that we looked at has to update it would be approximately $275,701 as a project. Why it wasn't moved forwards is we usually try to cap about $500,000 in our budget, operating budget for projects. So the projects we meet with the superintendent and we choose which projects move forwards.
Yeah, is there a reason why that seems significantly higher than our other playgrounds? Is that because of ADA, I would assume, and other grades on that back area?
It would require a retaining wall across the entire back of the playground area to level it out.
Would you, I guess this is through, is that part of that not moving the project forward is the cost of it? Compared to other playgrounds, I guess you would say.
It does have a shockingly high price tag compared to other playgrounds for not knowing how long ECC will be at Stratfield. It makes it harder to move it forwards as well. I know they're a foreseeable future, but at this point, there's no guarantee of a long life there.
Okay, I just have concerns. Like I said, my now 8-year-olds were the first set of students at Stratfield, and that was a concern then. So how many years are we going to have preschool students there with a facility that isn't set for them? So I would want to see that prioritized, that moves forward. And then just one more. Question number 162, just in regards to the refuse and recycling. You answered that question that right now, I believe that 9 of the 11 elementary schools, and at the end of the year, all of the 11 elementary schools will be participating in the composting. And this budget only moves forward 6 of them. Just to make sure, are the PTAs aware of that? Are they, is that communication ongoing so that if the grant needs to be expanded or reapplied for, that they're aware of that?
Yes, we do meet with the Green Team monthly, and we have had many conversations. I do know that they do plan on reapplying for the grant and hopefully be able to move additional schools keep the schools on the program. It is a great program with the composting. It is a very expensive program as well.
Thank you for the clarification.
Okay, anything else? All right, moving on, dues and fees. Our favorite section. Anyone going once, going twice on dues and fees? Oh, yay. It is 115 to 119.
Page 19.
Row 172.
And in fact, number 172 was my question. Oh, I'm the only one who put in a dues and fees question? Okay. I didn't understand the answer.
I am a member of the Superintendent's Network in the state of Connecticut. That is a by invite only group. And I was part of that prior to coming to Fairfield. And to participate, there is a annual dues to that.
Okay, so I guess why isn't that under the superintendent's office?
I can answer that one. So this is simply, quite frankly, just the way we plan the budgets. I plan the instructional ones, the superintendent plans theirs, and I just happen to capture it this year. Superintendent's office said they'll take it off mine. We could easily move it back, but it's just a matter of who captured it under their line items.
Okay.
It is professional learning and professional.
Oh, no, I fully support the involvement with, that wasn't the question. It was that when it appeared on page 118, it's a sizable jump to that line. But thank you. I just didn't get the answer.
I'll relay that to Richard Lemons, that he should probably do something with the cost.
You'll see the negative on the other page under superintendents to take care of it.
Just
It includes some of the other stuff, so it's not the exact amount, but that's where it was essentially taken from into.
I guess that was the part that was confusing, is that the answer referenced an offset and I wasn't seeing a comparable number. So, okay, thank you.
Anyone else on dues and fees? Okay, moving on. Support information 158 to 200.
Starts on line 209, I believe.
I just wanted to get a little more color on question 235 I asked about solar evaluation. Because this is a thing that I know in trying to evaluate the effectiveness of these programs. Several years ago, there was an audit at town hall, raised a lot of questions, and since then, this has been at a complete standstill because we've been wanting to do it in concert with the town. Is there a reason that we can't produce our own reports with our own standards?
We can and we have, and it was questioned by the town, which is why we had stopped during that audit. We are looking to move forwards with it. The new administration is very excited about solar. So It is something that is top priority to the town, and we actually have some newer roofs that we're looking to start moving projects forwards again.
I mean, I guess just looking at your answer in particular, it seems as though we kind of need to kick this forward rather than wait for the town to restart that program. I mean, that's just in terms of where the emphasis should come from. It feels like the impetus should come from us.
Which is what it kind of is with the new roofs and the new contractors reaching out for our new roofs to get this moving again.
Okay.
One of these is circling back, but I thought I'd wait for this, and that's question 210 that Mrs. Jacobson asked. And I guess, and again, this comes back to what, and I'm taking Mr. Testani at his word that this is going to be closely examined this year. But, oh yeah, that could stay here for a second. Sorry. But this idea of an introductory course not being run is problematic because subsequent courses then won't run, which I understand, except that to a certain degree, isn't that kind of part of the brutal nature of auditing? If the interest has died off, it's not up to us to support, I'm going to make up numbers, a class of 5, because we're hoping next year that 3 might continue. I mean, if the introductory numbers are low, then impetus is on those teachers to do a better sell job for the next year of a course that they believe in. And so I just had a problem with that answer philosophically, and maybe there is an exception. I'm not sure what, if something is a really important course because it's a prerequisite for many, I'm not positive what that would be. I would get that, but if too many people sign up for an introductory course, I don't understand our obligation to devote a teacher to it in the hope that subsequent years, some of that small number will continue. I'm not clear on that. And maybe you can give me an example that will then say, aha, that's an example I could get behind, because otherwise I have a hard time with this.
Yeah, so for the most part, yeah, we agree with what Mr. Testani said here in terms of the enrollment. One exception that comes forth now and then is if it's a brand new course that doesn't sort of have the reputation of the course, and it gets run with, it's an introductory course and it gets run with less enrollment than necessary because it's the first year and students may not have known of it prior to that.
So I guess I would say, I still don't understand why we'd run. I mean, then that's the fault of counselors. That's the fault of, and I don't mean that like it's in a blame game, but there's a sell, and I know that because it's exactly what I'm in the middle of right now. My department is in the middle of trying to sell some of its electives because we want students to take it so that we can offer it as a department. If we fail to sell it, the class doesn't get offered. And so whether new course or not, I guess I just don't understand. It just, I'm not interested in taking it out of the program of studies at all. Give it another shot next year, but just can't get behind offering a course if the kids aren't interested in it.
I think we are all in agreement with that sentiment.
Then I will move on. Next question was to number 216, and I appreciate the thoroughness of Ms. McGoey's reply regarding the school dismissal manager, because that's and Ms. Maniscalco, in terms of the school dismissal manager, I recognize those benefits, which I didn't know before because I'm long removed from that setting. It's my only question, and I guess it's not possible because, is this only in the elementary schools? Or is it at the middle schools and high schools also?
It's also at the middle school.
Middle, but not high.
I guess I'm just curious, how do we invest that money in what seems to be an enormous time saver and there not be any corresponding reduction in humans? And I know the elementary schools only have I guess they only have the 10-month one clerical. So, I mean, I'm not suggesting, I guess it wouldn't make sense to make those 0.5s and have schools split them. But in the middle school, if this is such a time saver, why do we need the same level of staffing? Because that means someone out there has been enormously freed up. And I'm just taking at word what these two principals wrote.
Well, The two principals that are captured here are elementary principals. I don't know that they can necessarily speak to the workload of the clerical staff at the middle school.
Well, then I guess I would ask if we could have that input, because if, has it been considered and has it been rejected, and for what reason? I guess that might be a better way to ask the question.
Has what been considered?
A reduction in staff.
Not to my knowledge, no. That has not been a part of the discussion.
And so I would ask why not?
Because I think that the function of this particular program is not something that can solely that can replace everything that clerical staff does.
Granted, absolutely. I'm not saying a school doesn't exist without somebody in that office. I'm not suggesting that. It's just, this sounds like it was such an enormous time saver. And so if someone is enormously, the time has been relieved, I just thought it was worth asking. That's all.
Yeah, we could ask the middle school principals for some feedback, but I think with the number of students in each of the middle schools, two clerical, it's probably pretty efficient way to run. I mean, there's a lot of kids. You know, we can get a list of all the duties and responsibilities outside of this that to kind of justify.
And I'm that goes beyond what I should be doing. It's just, when you invest in automation, one of the things that to me is an automatic subsequent question is does this then relieve us of some human that we don't have the same need? And that's why I asked the question.
Fair question.
All right, she has a follow-up. Mrs. Lynn, follow-up.
I would just add a little follow-up. This kind of is in a different capacity, but I dealt pretty heavily with Dr. Savichanzik as PTA Council President in terms of advocating for both of these programs. I can speak to past practices at a lot of our elementary schools, included PTAs being the ones funding, triple copy paper. So, notes were coming in that were going in all day, calls to the office. When there's a sub in, I'm just speaking anecdotally that I can say the parent community at the elementary level heavily advocated for these programs. I'll say that when they were rolled out to the elementary schools, I have a feeling that the rollout to the middle school had to do with a lot of the congruency between them. And I can just speak personally as a parent that they've been incredibly helpful in terms of reducing the amount of emails to not only just our clerical staff, but our teaching staff. The communications we were getting from principals was not that it was as much a fair bodens on our office staff, but really our teachers having to check emails all throughout the day. This program, especially school dismissal manager, you have till 1:30 to put it in. From my understanding, it then produces a list that can be given out. So whether the classroom teacher is there or the substitute teacher, it can be given. It's a safety. If you can tell, I really like these programs.
Right, but I'm not advocating that it be cut, and I'm not advocating that we cut staff at the elementary school, which only has one. So
no,
I appreciate your feedback.
The middle school level, I know before that they were using a Google document, which wasn't as efficient. So I think there's more color to it than just the one piece.
It still requires staff to manage the system. So it's not as though it happens on its own. There does still require some.
I asked the question. I think it's worth it. We added automation. It doesn't. We still need the same body count. There, done. Sorry. Question 218. I'd be remiss if I didn't point this out to my fellow board members, not in case, just making sure you're not missing this, because this would be a very big deal. So I asked the question, which Ms. Burns answered, regarding the hot spots, which were such a big deal during COVID. And if you look at the end of the answer there, again, this isn't a question, that I'm just sharing this with the board, that the FCC is disbanding this, and we found out, and we may need to revisit this. I wouldn't want this to take anyone by surprise later, because to me, that's a really big deal. If all of a sudden large swaths of our students are suddenly disconnected again at home, I wouldn't want this board to be surprised by that. And I don't know if there's anything, if anyone knows anything that they can add to this, or if that's all we know at this point.
Oops, sorry. Yep, you would think I would know that. Anyway, Nancy Burns, IT Director. The FCC just came out with that notice within the last month. I will say that although we had many counselors ask us to provide hotspots to kids, the success of that program wasn't great, which is why we had much more acceptance of the Affordability Act and the ability of our carriers to help provide free or reduced cost Wi-Fi through their normal programs. We found that the kids just didn't have a lot of success with them because hotspots are if you've ever tried to use one, they can be very difficult to find the right spot in your house. And sometimes it was competing with other kinds of connectivity that was going on, like whether mom and dad had a hotspot for work, but they weren't allowed to use it for other purposes. So there's a lot more that needs to come out of this. The state of Connecticut, the Technology Leadership Group has been leading a team on looking for other alternatives to providing support for parents to get their kids internet for school. They just published their plan. I have to admit, I haven't read the whole thing yet, but I do believe the state may have some ideas that are going to help offset any costs should that need arise.
Thank you so much. Again, that's not something I'd want to be blindsided by, so I really appreciate that answer. Oh, go ahead.
Just in terms of internet, I've had a few schools express concerns about the signals at the schools themselves. Have we been looking at that and making sure that not only for safety, but for usage purposes, if we have enough signal for people to get messages in and out?
I think what you're referring to is cellular coverage. Our Wi-Fi is excellent, and we have complete control over that. Mr. Papageorge can speak to the cellular because we have an experiment going on to try to address some of the security concerns. Because, of course, we want people to use their cell phones when they need to, and there are spots or potential where Wi-Fi might get turned off in the case of an event. Mr. Papageorge, would you like to speak to what's going on with the AT&T project?
Sure. So we're expanding. We are working with FirstNet, which is a division of AT&T, and we have two schools that we are putting cellular boost into to see if they work. They're basically a antenna that is stuck to a window with a double-sided tape, and we're going to see how they work within the buildings.
And is there a cost to this, or?
There is no cost to this at this time because it's through the FirstNet contract.
Sorry, just a couple more questions. Number 228. And so this was regarding pages 185 to 186. I added up the columns regarding the curriculum development, the professional development, et cetera. And I remain surprised at the lack of offsets. I'm completely understand that every department goes through cycles where their numbers shoot up, but that is always accompanied by other numbers dropping significantly because they've been through their review cycle and their demands aren't as much. And that didn't happen this year. And I would have looked to have seen numbers adjusted more, and I was wondering if anybody could speak to that. And I'm not sure to whom to direct that.
Give me a minute, I'm just catching up.
Sure.
Nicole Dadanshevsky, Executive Director, Mathematics. In the area of mathematics, with the rollout of the pre-AP curriculum, we are only in year one of that right now for Algebra 1. Next year, we are phasing in geometry. So in the area of mathematics, we have some curriculum work to do, and teachers have some training that they need to complete in preparation for the delivery of the curriculum. We are starting some of that work now. I actually met with a subgroup of teachers last week. So we're starting to front load some of that work so that the potential cost of summertime should be less for curriculum development. And we do have some revisions, tweaks, adjustments after implementing our Algebra 1 this year.
So some of the other ones that went up, just to your point of fluctuation, tech ed remains high because we're doing implementation plans after the curriculum review. So they've gotten a curriculum passed, as you know, and now they actually begin writing the common assessment. And I'm on page 185 for reference and 186. They begin writing those implementation plans this following year that include the specific lesson plans as well as the common assessments. And I think they had about 4 courses that they had to do that for. Math was spoken to. World language is up this year. It is headed into a review cycle for next year, for next fall, to be presented to you. That's mostly in the 612 account you'll see on page 185. In addition, social studies remains, I think they're 2.5 years out from a review cycle. The difference is the textbook companies, as we've brought to you before, frequently only allow a 6-year licensing. So they're off of their 6-year license. So they have these additional costs every year to renew the textbooks until they get to the next cycle. So that's why they're up as well.
Specifically, social studies was one of the ones that caught my eye because that's the only thing mentioned here for curriculum is curriculum review cycle at $36,000, and they're not up for 2 years. So I don't.
We are starting them early because they have a lot of courses K-12. So the majority of their courses obviously are in the high school in terms of what's going on, but it's also a K-12 department. They also are under brand new standards that recently got released to the department, so they're going to need an overhaul as well. So they're starting a little early on that, but I was referring specifically to the text and materials.
And so this is all work that cannot be done during the faculty meetings and the early releases and the full days off of PD. This is all summer work.
This is in addition to that work, so it is summer and sometimes off of the Tuesday meetings. So in general, summer is a lot of the time that gets written. It's the majority of it because there's sustained time and effort. To be frank about the department time, a lot of times when, for example, the 2 high schools come together, they have an hour of time to write. By the time they get started, they're kind of ending, and it's difficult to get units done in their entirety with that. So yeah, they do use that time without a doubt, but it's not as beneficial as the sustained time when there's a big block of them together.
Okay, I guess this might be a page I come back to. And again, to me, what's telling about this page isn't so much page 185 to 186. It's comparing 185 and 186 to last year's budget book, where it is a few $100,000 more with the same number of bodies doing the work. And I have more questions, but unfortunately I made the mistake of not bringing the previous budget so I could actually be more targeted in my questions, and that's my fault. So on me to follow up with that. So thank you, but just please know that I'm looking at that page. Then my question was about this is a minor matter, but question 229. And I don't understand the outside of regular working hours of an athletic director. I mean, you sign on for that job because of the hours of an athletic director. So that getting a negotiated stipend for our athletic directors in their administrative position, I don't understand that.
The FSAA came with a list of roles and responsibilities and time commitments of the 2 athletic directors. After, I guess, the contract was negotiated well after. And I think because there was only 2 of them, and one being brand new, They realized that this is not on par with a 10.5-month employee. It is a 12-month job. So rather than try to reopen the contract, the negotiation was to give them some sort of stipend to compensate for the hours of the summer that, if they were not present, would completely, have no one there to fulfill the duties during the summertime. How it was not negotiated as on par with a 12-month position is beyond me. A lot of the work, especially in preparation for the fall sports, happens during the summer, and with the absence of that, it would be a huge hole given the number of sports that our district has, especially in the fall season.
Thank you for that explanation. But then and this could involve more money, but it only appeared one of the two high school ADs was getting that stipend because the other salary matched what was in the contract.
They're both getting it. That I know for sure.
They're both getting, are you looking at year over year, or are you just looking at the current year?
No, because I didn't understand the number, I went back and pulled up the contract, and one was getting the amount was according to the step, and it was to the dollar the same amount. And our other high school AD was getting a number that I could not find and was much higher.
We can look into that, but they are both getting it. It could just be that the stipend wasn't recorded on that line. I'm not sure, but we can look into that.
She also is not at the same step as the.
No, I
Okay,
understand
I wanted
that.
to make sure you understood.
It was that her salary, you could clearly see, went from this to this to this, and the dollar amounts were a spot-on match for what's in the contract. The other was not. And so I wouldn't mind if, through the chair to Ms. Labors, I wouldn't mind if you could check just to, because I found that odd, and if something is missing, it should be accounted for.
I'll note that and
but
update it, yeah, for
if you
the
could check.
Thursday meeting, yep.
Yeah, thank you. Or you could just send an email. Well, but again, I actually think it's something that would need to be amended in the budget book. I did have, because I didn't get an answer to this question. Oh, sorry, and this is Ms. I'm not, actually, no, I don't think this is to Mrs. Burns. So this is question 231. And I got the answer to the first part of the question, but then the second was of a completely different nature because it involved SEL. And I asked, what type of evaluation do we have planned for next year before we decide to move beyond this 3-year cycle of using Move This World? I don't assume that it's achieving what we want, and so that was my question not answered.
Greg Hatsis does lead the SEL district-wide team. We have gathered data through teachers and through students. I think we do have an understanding as to where it's being effective and where we may not continue on or less frequently used based on grade level. I know at the elementary schools, it is being used more frequently. Students and teachers are using it, like I said, more often, and it's well received. You get to the upper grades, some of the stuff, they just don't want, everything's corny to them, so, as they say. So I think that's some of the feedback you'll get. Middle school, based on the early part of the year, they've gotten into a rhythm of when they should use it and how often. They started off pretty strong in terms of very frequently, and they've realized for that age group, you don't need to hit them as hard as often. So they've peeled back the how often a month they do utilize the lessons. But I think the high school, we realized for some, they just, like I said, teenagers at that think that stuff's kind of corny, so.
And it wouldn't be for this year's budget anyway, it would be for the subsequent years. I just wanted to, the page 194 pointed out that it's in year 2 of a 3-year agreement. So I'm hoping that part of next year is an evaluation of that. And that's, again.
Yep, absolutely.
It wasn't, I was looking for something complicated. It's that the question wasn't answered at all.
Yep, no, simply, we are going to make sure we gather information, and then whatever, based on the feedback, whether we have to adjust grade levels or everything altogether, it's really going to be determined by what that feedback is through some surveys and just general conversations.
Thank you. And then the last thing, this isn't a question, then I'm done for myself, but for 232, I would be remiss on the topic of athletic fields if I didn't say this. I don't, Dr. Parrish, I'm not sure if you're the one who wrote the answer, or if you got it from Mr. Giacomo, but I would be remiss if I did not follow up on the statement that what we're doing there, first of all, thank you for the answer, but that it was bringing us up to par with other high school baseball facilities. We're not close. This at least will make us aesthetically, at least I'm hoping, make us aesthetically not embarrassing. Now we won't have roofs flying off, and we won't have bleachers turning over while the players are in dugouts. So it is an improvement, and that's why I asked the question, but I would be remiss if I didn't point out that we have a ways to go. And again, we're doing what we can, but, and I appreciate the answer. Thank you.
Before we continue on with questions, I'm going to ask for an extension. It's 11:45. We have a couple, we still have to have the discussion about people's interests. And for anyone who had come for public comment, I'd like to give them a chance. So can I get a motion to extend to 12, please? Motion moved by Mr. Krasnoff, seconded by Mrs. Flynn. All in favor? Mr. Krasnoff, Mrs. Flynn, Mrs. Guernsey, Mrs. Jacobson, Mrs. Maxine Kennelly. Opposed? Yes, she does. I did. Opposed? Mrs. Rinaldi, Mr. Peterson, Mr. Asa, and Mr. Lee. Motion passes. Why? No. No. Yes. I don't think so. No. Okay. Thank you very much. Sorry, going on, Jen. Where were we at? Now we're going to move on to discussion of superintendent's recommended 2024-25 budget request and changes suggested by members. So at this point, sorry, a comment about?
I just want to make a comment about the enrollment projections. I just think we need to tread lightly. I know there'll be a blip next year, but I'm on the front line as a real estate agent, and there's no way we're going to have a decline over the next 4 years. That's all I'm saying. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right. So at this point, people are free to, before I get to the board members, I don't know who's going to send us, Mr. Testani, are you going to be sending us your adjustments? When would we be getting those? It might be helpful to walk through some of those that we know about. I've tried to keep track of some of them, such as the McKinley clerical, the Turnitin. There's an instructional services for 120, adjusting the STEAM gifted items, but there's a few of them in there, but it might be helpful if, do you have a list now of what you know you're going to be doing? Not necessarily the numbers and all that, but the items at least, because then it would keep everybody else from repeating it.
Yes.
Through the chair and Mr. Seth, would you like me to share that at this point? Yeah, okay. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 items to make adjustments to that we'd request that the board consider. I've got the dollar amounts and the account numbers that I can share through Mr. Testani to the chair and the board in your process. But the first is summer school is noted. It's in category 7, other contracted services, 319 conference and travel, under the line for object for professional development. This is for summer school PD. We had a budgeted amount of $80,000. We're looking to reduce that line and increase the line for summer school part-timers in 129 summary object by 15,000. So it's a net change.
Yeah, we'll
Yeah.
get that to them tomorrow.
I think if you could just, yeah, it's too much.
Sorry, yes, I'm
That's
sorry.
way
It's
too
late.
complicated.
I apologize.
Just give us the items.
There's a net change to summer school where we're decreasing by 65,000 and doing a shift in account structure.
Okay.
That would leave, and we're requesting to reduce Turnitin, which was something we mentioned earlier, erroneously carried forward in the budget, duplicative. So we're looking at about $25,000 there to reduce.
Is that item 2 out of 6?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, item 2 was, can you just repeat that?
Sure.
Turnitin?
Turnitin, yes, a software reduction, 25,000. The third is an adjustment to the paraprofessional line. It's,
You're going to send us the exact numbers because I think it's 25,587. So let's not get
That's
into
right.
the numbers. If we could just do the items, I mean,
If we could have round numbers, I'd
yeah,
appreciate it.
yeah, at least some sort of a.
yes, 25,000 rounded. Paraprofessionals, a reduction of $62,000 rounded. That is because, and minus 2 FTE also, and associated benefits of minus 58,000. So that's due to we converted 2 paraeducators into a single teacher at the CLC. And we did not reduce the paraeducators when we did that. So that we're looking to do that and give those funds to back for the board, if you would so choose. And then in addition, the McKinley secretary, erroneously, there's a 0.5 that needed to get reduced, approximately $14,000. And also, we would like to add in the liaisons that are not part of the adjustments, that for about $130,000 that were erroneously not budgeted. So $130,000 was left out. There was a reduction to the line without the base being there. The net to all of those changes is about $93,000. Sure, yes, I'd be happy to. Page 48, Department 60. The line under liaisons district. There's a net reduction of 15,573. Yeah, you helped us clarify. And we need to restore 130,000 to that line, or we're asking to, because that was reduced. Correct. So the net is a 115 that would be there. So in other words, we want to restore $130,000. So 130, we'd keep the line for the minus 15. So it's a negative right now. It just wasn't.
Is there not an insurance adjustment there then?
Yeah, there's stipends.
Oh, okay. So you're good.
And it was budgeted for by the members of the team that were doing it. It was an error in the transmission of it into the munis budget. So we're just looking to correct that error. Thank you.
And we'll be able to get that sometime tomorrow morning, or do you think like typed up or afternoon, something like that? Okay.
Yeah, we'll have a memo in the morning. Yeah.
Can I ask a quick question? You mentioned there were 6 items. Am I to assume that the para line and then the 58K in benefits, was the 58K in benefits number 4, then McKinley 5, and the liaison 6?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
All right, so board members. Now's the time for everyone to share what they might be thinking. Not that you have to go into numbers or anything in detail right at this point, but it does help other board members understand where anyone might be coming from. Just in terms of process, what we normally do for amendments is it is incredibly helpful if everyone submits those amendments ahead of time to the board so they have them, and also bring a copy with you for the secretary and for each member of the table so we have language in front of us rather than trying to hear and write down what you're trying to do. If there's any amendments, I'm just saying if you want to do amendments, if you could submit those ahead of time, if at all possible. Of course, things could change at the table, but courtesy is that we submit those and bring copies for our friends. Yes, Miss.
Can I ask for clarification of exactly what needs to be provided? I mean, it's one thing if you say, one coach at this school. I actually, and this is my 13th time, and I still am not clear on how do we do this? Do we do it from the executive summary salary line? Are we getting into the support pages? Exactly what do we need to provide as a part of any amendment? And if the answer isn't completely positive now and you need to email us by tomorrow, I'm fine with that, but I think a template actually would help. I make a motion to reduce/add blank for this much, however it is, it would also then be.
Actually, it would be helpful if we just did one thing at a time rather than move this and move that, to be honest with you. I want to cut this and then I want to add that, or I just want to, rather than move this into that.
I agree with you, but if we could have a template of the sentence with blanks for where we fill the information in, if we need a page number, if we need a line number, if whatever it is that we need, so that this way everyone's motions are also uniform and I think very manageable for our secretary. So may I ask that that be provided to the board? Thank you.
Mr. Asa.
I'm going to have to contemplate on everything tonight, but I think the preschool playground at Stratfield, as Mrs. Flynn alluded to, is something that we need to consider as an add.
Mrs. Flynn?
Thank you, Mr. Asa. I was also going to indicate my likelihood for wanting to create some kind of amendment in regards to the ECC playground at Stratfield. Also, we haven't been privy to the memo in regards to the middle school teams, but I definitely have a desire to, I'm using the word stabilize, and we heard inclinations towards class size being a concern at Tomlinson. I would just like to see those numbers and how we can figure out how to create teams that are withstanding for the long term for interdisciplinary learning in the future. Maintain for the long term, not based on maintain, and if needed, increase to make sure those, like I said, I haven't seen the numbers to see how it plays out for those 4 core subjects, but if that means, if class sizes at Tomlinson, for example, are becoming prudent, that needs to be looked at too, how that team can be addressed. But I think that we're looking at middle school holistically all over, from ELA, social studies is upcoming. We're talking consistently about interdisciplinary projects and learning, and that's been a whole. And if we can address that beginning in this budget process, I'd like to see that beginning now.
Mr. Lee?
I'd like to see that art and music coordinator positions stay separate and not combined as one.
I would like to add to that. I would like to keep all of them separate.
Ms. Quo. Mrs. Guernsey?
Yeah, I just wanted to add to that.
No, I think it's a follow-up, so just
Yeah.
hang on.
I'd like to add to that. So I would be looking for an adjustment through the chair, probably to Mrs. Laborious, so that we can maintain the structure that we have now. So whatever benefits and, I'm not sure what categories that hits, but I would like the language that would keep the programs we have now exactly intact how they are, the same structure. Thank you.
Can I just
do you have
ask?
a follow-up, Mr.
Yeah, just have a clarifying.
Sure.
Keeping the structure we have now as it is currently today, and not moving anything into a program director. Is that what I just want to be clear so we're.
Okay. I was gonna say, I'm personally okay with looking at like music or maybe one other to make them a full director position, but as a whole, I would think keep it the way it is.
Okay, just want to be clear that you weren't saying separate all of them into program directors. Yeah, okay.
Question, yeah. Mr.
Well,
Issa.
I mean, I think Ms. Guernsey alluded to it at the last meeting of possibly looking at, for example, the music and the art, making them 2 director positions. Is that something, Ms. Guernsey, that you'd still be interested in entertaining? And if so, would we request what the cost implication, the ad would be to make those 2 director positions? Because Mr. Lee, if you could also clarify, because that's the way I interpreted what you said.
Yes.
Oh, so, I mean, last week I was thinking about that. I didn't know, I'm really interested in maintaining the structure as is, but I do believe that the music director position, because it's already at 1.0, I could very much support seeing that as a director position. I don't know how it would work for art because it's not at 1.0, so I don't know that that's feasible. And I feel like that, even though I'm interested in pursuing it, I don't think we have the time to put into that kind of research. So that's sort of.
To Mrs. Guernsey's point, I would agree with what you just said. If we're going to free up an individual with no teaching duties, we might as well create an administrative position so they can have some supervisory duties if they're not going to be teaching. Because right now it's kind of in a very gray area that they don't teach anything, yet we don't get the supervisory responsibilities. And if he's at the top of the pay scale, just in whomever it is, the difference is only about $20,000 in salary, given the new teacher's contract, and the benefits are the same. So I think you're 100% right in that suggestion.
And I would just add to that, I think that would be an interesting entree to open the discussion for next year to look at those other positions again, because I think that's, that's an important point that we haven't, I think, spent quite enough time on. So thank you.
Anyone else? Mrs. Maxon Kennelly?
So again, because I guess Thursday is the time for discussion, so I shouldn't go on after those points at all or react to them.
No, we are on discussion. That's the agenda item.
I think it's.
Yes, we are. Yes.
I'll simply throw out there that, and this is more to prepare my fellow board members for their arguments. I have a problem doing anything but what was suggested, and I don't think I'm in favor of what was put forward in the budget until we do analysis of all of our leadership. It was why I objected to the music being made a 1.0 when we did, over the objections of the superintendent. But how do we do something like this with music when we have world language grades 3 through 12, and that's not a director position? And so I don't like doing that. I'd like, and I don't know if it's something we charge finance with, because it's an academic issue, but it also comes with a financial piece. Again, I think a system was created over a decade ago, which was very efficient and very lean and provided leadership. And I need a really good argument to move away from that. And for example, Mr. Tassani, I would argue you just made an interesting argument, which is an evaluative piece to that. But that still leaves all of those other departments without that. And so I'll just throw out there, I have a problem with any of that, because we haven't done, at least we as a board have not done that level of analysis. So, but that's just me. Other things on my radar, I've been consistent about this for 2 years. I will be making a motion to cut the data coordinator. I will be looking very closely at the middle school teams. And again, I'm so apologetic that I'm not more prepared for that tonight. For the preschool, adding to that tuition line, I'm expecting to see an increase, but I was kind of hoping that was going to come from staff. So I don't know, Mrs. Labor, if you could let us know, because otherwise I'm going to be looking for some feedback on picking an amount, because I do think that preschool tuition number as revenue needs to go up. I think, and again, unless I get an argument against it, be looking to cut the one security person at Walter Fitzgerald, now that you've made the argument for the restorative specialist. I would be wondering and would hope for feedback on that SPED new K-5 director, if there's something more we can get from that. But I'm gonna talk about that later, sorry. I'm just looking at my list. I'd like to hear a little bit more about I agree. So those 2.6 social workers at Ward, that was a mistake in the budget book, correct? Because that's more at a district level. It's not at one particular place, so less so. And I think finally, and I put this at the very back of the questions in the general section, which whoever answered it noted my point, which is I cannot stand behind a budget, that's the wrong phrase, but it's the one that's occurring to me right now, and bring to other town bodies a 40.45 FTE increase when our enrollment has gone down. And again, I've always pushed back on the enrollment's going down, but needs have gone up. I understand that. 40 FTE increase. We have to find some, if that is that important, we need to find, I'll be requesting more offsets, or else that will be just something that I'd go at staff salaries, and staff can figure out where to cut it. But we can't go before other town bodies saying we're hiring 40 more people and not finding other places then to make cuts. But that's my feeling.
Mr. Lee?
So I just have a follow with one of the cuts. I don't think we should cut a security position at Walter Fitz. I think you should keep it as is, in my opinion, just because.
You mean as is, as in for 23, 24?
What, you said to cut the security position?
Because it was an ad. So this is, thank you for, I'm looking to cut an ad, not cut an existing.
Leave it as the contracted services. That's the existing. Okay, fair enough. That's.
So there's 3 security guards in the proposed budget to be added, 1 at each high school, as well as the restorative individual at Walter Fitzgerald. So that's 2 people there. I believe, and I'm not speaking for you, was going to make a motion to remove the security person. So still adding 1 person there, but not the 2.
I say keep the 2 added there.
I just have a follow-up in
Sure.
terms of the 40 FTE. It also equates to like 15.5 million over 2 years. They're going to ask a lot of questions, so we need to take a look at that really carefully.
But
yes,
you said that the next 4 years, there's not going to be a big decline in student population, right?
Correct, because SLAM did the data as of 2022, which was mid-COVID. If you look at the trends of people moving into town, typically older families have been moving out, younger families with young kids coming from the city have been moving in. Can't guarantee that they all will enroll in the schools, but yes, I feel starting at the elementary level that enrollment, once we get over the blip next year of the kindergarten change, which would obviously decrease the enrollment, we should start seeing a steady increase again.
Courtney has something she just wants to
If I
add.
may, through the chair, I just want to have a moment to clarify the headcount ad, if I might.
Sure, of course.
Yeah. Okay. So we could look at page 180, and then I could, summarize it in a slightly different way. So the way for the public, if you're looking at the budget book, and for those that hadn't seen this page yet, but I'm sure folks have looked at it in this room, the left section is our certified group, the right section is non-certified. The way to read it is the first set of column is the current year enrollment adjustments. This is just showing the net changes to the budget broken out by level. The right side is the non-certified, same thing. So current year enrollment adjustments broken out by level. The second set of columns is the Board of Education, what we call the Board of Education, but it's the superintendent requests that are part of this budget that we spoke about, including, for example, the middle school teams that we spoke about, the ASL teacher, the ECC classrooms, and so on and so forth. I did want to summarize it slightly different. This is the way we typically do it in the board book, but it's slightly misleading to look at the 25.95 current year FTE, what we call the current modified, as pure budget increase. Some of them are cost neutral. This is an FTE increase, but a portion of them are cost neutral. So I just want to walk through that, if I might. So the first section is enrollment adds. So elementary, there were 5.9 due to 3 added sections. So that's the specials and then teachers associated with additional sections. Although we didn't see an increase in the enrollment in elementary, we did see an increase in sections because where the kids reside is where they do. So we had to, we did add those headcount. CLC, although it shows an add of 2, one was an additional teacher. The second one is a net change savings to the budget once we make the proposed adjustment of the 2 paraeducators. That was an error, but it should have happened prior to the presentation of the budget. So we converted it's a pilot model that's being run. We can talk more about it, but converting 2 paras into a teacher. So there's an ASL adjustment, a small point adjustment, again, related to course selection. And we have a proposed expansion to the ASL for next year. And there's adjustment to the family and community liaison. Those are sort of what would I tag as the course selection pieces. And then in the next section, related to student need, related to the discussion that Mr. Mancusi had earlier about the incredible increase to the prevalence rate, the high social, emotional, behavioral, and mental health needs of students. There was the increase of 0.2 psych counselor, 2.6 social worker, and that's district-wide. It is listed there in error as a budget as at the high school. The BCBA ad is a conversion from certified to non-certain. It was taken off the IDEA grant. And the additional 3 in speech and language that you see there are much like we did with the paraeducators. It's a shift between contracted and staff. So we are mandated and we have to provide, and we are providing services to our kids, our students. Sometimes we're able to do it with a contract. We'd ideally have staff. So this 3 headcount, you'll see a corresponding reduction to the contracted line for speech language. Unfortunately, it's a little bit complicated, but we used to be able to attract the speech and language teachers. So if you looked back at your old budget books for the history, our speech language FTE dropped, our contract went up. This is reflecting this year we were attempting to hire them in-house. The program director of elementary special education, Mr. Testani had spoken about earlier, 711 identified cases at elementary school. Restorative practice specialist, he spoke about that earlier. The other adjustments, net to 0 for the finance and transportation, it's actually a cost savings with the restructuring we did in the finance department. Transportation supervisor is a net 0, that's just a shift. And the para SE trainers, I just want to focus on that for one moment. There was a reduction of 8.7 FTE on the grant. When we negotiated the contract for the para educators, it was a large increase to their salary. When we did so, we set aside about $300,000 on the board side to account for the grant headcount, so we wouldn't have to reduce the headcount. So this is right sizing that additional 6.6 paraeducators you see there was right sizing the FTEs with no dollar impact to the board budget. So that increase in FTE is an increase in headcount, because when we negotiated the contract, we set aside that additional money knowing that we didn't want to reduce the overall number of paraeducators. Legal services, this is the 0.6 we mentioned because next year's budget, we were assuming it would go back to the contract. We'll have to see the results of the personnel. And then maintenance, this is restoring the headcount that was erroneously taken out from 22-23, and there was a slight increase to the communications director. All that to say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 of those items are cost neutral or savings, and the rest of them were related to enrollment student need. It is part of some restructuring that also occurred. So I don't know if that helps. I know it's late. I just said a lot of things too quickly. I'll stop.
Mr. Krasnov.
I appreciate you explaining it and you saying it's net neutral, but from a finance standpoint, when you look at it, it's still a 15.5 million increase over 2 years, or approximately 11%. And I'm sure some of the other bodies are going to just look at that and hone in, whether it's 40, 20, 15, we're still going to have to explain that 15.5 over a 2-year span.
Okay. I guess I see what you're saying. You're saying you were adding the 7.5 million personnel increase year over year.
It's
Right.
120 and change to 135 and a half and change. It's approximately 11% increase spread out over 2 years. Now, and we understand this year was a big increase due to the contracts, and they know that too. So I'm just saying
Yeah.
it's going to look like a very large number over 2 years.
Yeah, I think that's a really good point that we have to be clear about how we explain it. A bulk of the increase, the majority of the increase is the teacher's compensation. And to Ms. Maxon-Cannelli's point earlier, there are a lot of offsets that occurred in this budget that we just took for granted and didn't present, and we should be presenting in the finance committee. So there are a lot of offsets and adjustments and efficiencies that we found in order to afford the needed staffing as we presented to the board. Yeah.
Mrs. Maxon-Cannelli.
I want to be very clear, and I appreciate what you just said, and I didn't absorb any of the specifics, because in no way did I want my comment to be construed as that this was thoughtlessly done or frivolously done. That is not at all my argument. It's that we have to live within a budget, and I have never seen an increase of 20, and by the way, I don't see the cost neutral either, because the cost neutral has already been factored into the FTE count. Please don't even try at this hour to explain it, because I'm not going to absorb it. But you've got the minuses in here. So 25, these are 25 new positions that we didn't budget for and never defended before another town body, which are now in here, and we're asking for another 15 on top of that. And please understand, I don't think any of this would have gotten past Mr. Tastani into this book that someone didn't make a good case for. I'm happy to accept that as a given. It's that I've never seen an increase and I've got the books back to 2011, and I've never seen anything like this. And we've had a few years of negative, and I just don't see how this is what we can bring forward. And I welcome ideas before I, would take a rough hatchet. That's not how I'd want to do it. It's just, I don't think we can do this unless we just say, okay, as it offset, all of our kids are walking, transportation zero. Now that's silly. Of course, we're not doing that. But we can't bring forward 40.45 FTE as thoughtfully as you just explained it, unless I get a signal from, somebody else who's listening in, from another town body, no, we get it. My experience has been, no, they will not. And you're in for a very uncomfortable few meetings.
Well, I think rather than looking at it that way, we're looking at, with the teacher's contract increase, only 5.5% ask. So there's no way to correlate a great teacher's contract with, as we already noted, 2% of the ask is that alone, to say that we were not looking for savings in other places, because if we just added everything and didn't find anything, this would be like an 8% ask or more.
But I would say that anyone will go right to page 8 and say the teacher's contract resulted in a 1.91% increase. It resulted in $4 million, and that's well earned. I'm very happy with the adjustments that were made and that, the work of the board in moving that contract forward. But this is an $11.5 million increase, not a $4 million increase. And so, in fact, less than half of the increase is that contract. Now, that's obviously far more than what it normally would be. So this is a large increase. And you told the Board of Finance it would be coming last year. You gave them kind of a heads up to expect this. But 11.5, 5.5, 40 new positions, reduced enrollment, that's your bumper sticker. And I think that's going to be a hard sell.
Okay. I mean, we could reduce, but that also comes at lowering or increasing the class size that we added. We added the CLC, which increased the head count, but that has a cost avoidance, as we already understand, by keeping kids in district. We don't have to add 2 security officers if we don't want to, or 3, but, you know, some of the other things I think that are really important need to stay in the budget. That's, you know, that we'll have to defend going through, and I think we have a good argument to do that as we move forward.
Mr. Krasnov.
Speaking of adjustments, I would love to look really careful at maybe trimming that transportation back, even if we can save a few $100,000, it might help with some of the other stuff we got.
That's pretty ambitious to go back when we have a contract, but.
Can I ask a follow-up to that? How on earth would you propose reducing transportation by several $100,000? What would be your amendment?
Well, honestly, we have not spent what's being budgeted yet, and we don't plan to this year, so I don't know why we're gonna give them an increase when gas costs are going down, and I feel like they're not adding any buses to the route.
Well, we give them an increase because we have a legally binding contract.
Yes, and I hope.
Just wanted to say that.
And like I said, I hope someone would look at the contract and talk to them, because I don't necessarily feel they've held up their end of the contract.
May I just add one thing? We pay the gas directly, like we reimburse them. So we do account for the decrease in fuel, diesel and gas in the proposed budget. Just want to be clear about that. We pay it direct, even though they pay it, we are reimbursed.
Well, I'm just using like 2 years ago, for example, the buses haven't really increased in 2 years, yet we're going to spend an extra $1.5 million. Now, I understand there are increases per the budget, but at the same time, if they want us to continue with them, which I'm sure they would like another contract, they got to work with us.
Sorry, it's far less than an increase of 1.5 million.
Anyone else? All right, guys. So is everyone clear on what you need to do? So the last thing I want to wrap up is I'm sure anyone who wants to make adjustments, you're going to need dollar amounts and exact dollar amounts. So Mrs. Laborious, how would you like board members to handle that? We're going to need, if anyone has questions on.
They can email me, they can email me through you, however you would like to. They can give me a spreadsheet or just a simple email, whatever you would like to do, I can.
So the point is to submit questions to you.
Yes, submit questions to me. I'll set up a Google Sheet. Would that work? So you can see each other's?
Okay.
Set up a Google Sheet and you could submit your things that you would like itemized for cost into that, and I'll add the numbers there.
Okay, and if people don't know, it's a certain thing, will you be able to figure that number out?
Whatever info you have, you give me, and I'll be in touch if I need additional clarification.
That would be great. Awesome. Yes, Mrs. Lynn.
My apologies. I forgot to mention my intention to whether it can be absorbed in the current budget for crossing guards, but my intention to make sure that we get a crossing guard added for North Stratfield School.
Thanks. All right, everybody. I'm going to make a motion to adjourn, please. Oh, sorry. Oh, sorry. So sorry. Thank you, everybody. Thank you. Moving on, public comment. Your name and your address. You can speak to agenda items only, and you have up to 3 minutes. And you have to press and hold them. Yes, and you can move it towards you.
Really? Like that?
Yeah, move it.
Okay. Hi, I'm Adele Jospitz, and I live on Rosemere Avenue. I've taught in Fairfield for 37 years. My husband was educated here, starting at Lincoln School, for those of you that know Fairfield. I know, crazy, right? And my 3 children have been educated here, and I've taught at McKinley, Stratfield, and North Stratfield as an educator, a tutor, and a library media specialist. So this is very personal as well as part of my professional career. I came to talk about the music and art putting together. My God, I could talk to you about for hours on this, but, and I was very happy with the discussion. One piece, which is interesting though, on the job description, it talks about phys ed. Certainly must be a misprint, but it says, provide leadership necessary for the health and physical education departments to function effectively. Number 6, which kind of doesn't make sense with that. Also, I know the music has a full teacher, and the music is 0.6. But interestingly, I know that the art director, which is Michelle Hermson, does teach 0.4, and she does work 0.6 for all of the students in the school. There's same amount of students do art as music, yet the music department has a full-time teacher. The other piece is that in Fairfield, our art, and this does go along with this, our art curriculum does not fit the minimum state objectives, which is very interesting. Also, if you go to the National Institute of Health website, they actually talk about the importance of art and music to the mental health of our children, and it's right on their website. You could look it up. So, though I believe we should not put them together, and I think we need to talk about the importance of our children and their mental health and what the music and the art does do for them in our school system. I mean, I would love the art director or coordinator to go up to a full point. What is done in those 2 departments are amazing. And also art in the elementary school is on a 6-day rotation, which means the children get 30 classes. If they were on a 5-day rotation, they would get 36. Interestingly, music is 2 times a week. They get way more than the art, and they're awesome. I'm not taking anything away from music. Art is as important, but is not getting what they should in our system. So hopefully you'll vote to not put the 2 positions together. And I know there are others that were being put together, but this is very near and dear to my heart, as my daughter is an artist in the real world, and it's thanks to the Fairfield school system. And you are all awesome. You are rock stars, and thank you for everything that you do. It's amazing. So thank you.
Hello, Nick McGarry with the FEA. I just wanted to take a moment to thank you. This was a long night, but these discussions are difficult and there's a lot of complexity. And so to get to a good budget, it does require a lot of inquiry and a lot of discussion and a lot of thought. So I want to thank both the board and the central office personnel for your time and dedication to this. And I also did want to say, we talked a lot about the increase in this budget, which is a healthy increase being driven by the teacher's salary. And I would like to say that I thank you for your support with that, with the teacher's contract, because it was important. We presently, our salaries are still not very competitive within our market, within our Durg and surrounding towns. And the new contract does bring us into a more competitive stance with folks. And hopefully we'll see the benefits of that in coming years with less turnover and more teacher continuity in our ranks. So thank you, and we'll see you on Thursday.
Thank you. Thank you for staying. All right, I'll take a motion to adjourn, please. Mr. Lee, seconded by Mrs. Flynn. All in favor? Motion passes unanimously. Thank you, everyone. Thank you. Good night.